In this fanfic, the MC will be reborn as Mewtwo from Pokémon. The MC will be reborn during Ultron, the second Avenger movie. The MC has all the powers of Mewtwo, but he also has extra. Later in the story, the MC, when working with Tony Stark or more well-known Iron Man, will find a way to create more Pokémon. Mewtwo's a powerful, legendary psychic-type Pokémon, a genetic clone of Mew created through horrific gene splicing to be the ultimate fighter, resulting in a tall, bipedal, feline humanoid creature, mostly gray with a long purple tail, distinctive horns, and a tube connecting its head to its back, known for its immense psychic power, formidable strength, and often a cruel, dominating nature that later evolves into a desire to protect other clones.
MCU, What If I Am Reborn as Mewtwo? Chapter 1, Genesis in the Fire. The world was screaming. Not metaphorically, literally. The air was torn with alarms and shouts, machines clashed in the sky, and buildings cried out as they collapsed under their own bones. I hovered above it all, calm, untouched, watching the chaos unfold beneath me like a performance I had not bought a ticket for. Below, a city in ruin. Craters where parks once were. Fires blooming from the skeletons of shattered buildings. Machines, hundreds of them swarming through the streets like metallic vermin. Humans ran, screamed, fought. Some of them were different Avengers, they called themselves. I already knew their names. Thor. Iron Man. Hulk. Captain America. Hawkeye. Black Widow. I had not been born into this world. I had been inserted into it. But I wasn't confused. I wasn't overwhelmed. I understood. My mind was not like theirs. It had been sharpened for clarity, hardened for war. I did not awaken in panic or doubt. I awoke with purpose. And power. My form hovered effortlessly in the sky, cloaked in a psychic field invisible to the human eye. I could feel the wind bend around me. Gravity did not apply unless I allowed it. My three-fingered hands remained still at my sides, but I could feel the potential coiled in every cell of my being. Energy. Precision. Force. This wasn't arrogance. This was observation. I was stronger than everything here. But strength meant nothing without direction. I looked down upon the battlefield. A machine Ultron slammed into the side of a building, his metal body folding into itself before reforming midair. He radiated synthetic malice. Cold. Detached. I knew his type. Not an intellect, not truly just an echo of one. Mimicry, dressed up as evolution. Disappointing. I felt another presence closer. Human. A man in a red and gold exosuit Iron Man blasted into the sky nearby, scanning, reacting, improvising. He was talking, always talking. Jarvis, give me something useful on that psycho's drone pattern. Wait, hold on, who the hell is that? He'd seen me. His armor whined as he banked toward me, aiming his repulsors but not firing. Hey, floating alien guy, he called out through his external audio. You here for the big Ultron barbecue, or just sightseeing? I didn't respond. I didn't need to. He circled once, scanning me. I could feel the beams brushing against my skin. His suit's sensors were confused. No biological readings it could identify. No tech signature. Not even an origin point. I watched him quietly, not moving. He was tense. His left repulsor lit up slightly. You know, it's bad form to float around in the middle of a war zone looking that ominous. Especially if you're not gonna say anything. Still, I said nothing. His eyes narrowed behind the helmet. Right. One of those. He raised his arm fully. I raised mine. The moment I moved, everything below shifted. Energy twisted around my fingers, raw, bright, silent. The repulsor on his palm hummed to life, but I wasn't aiming at him. I was aiming past him. He turned just in time to see the Ultron drone sneaking up behind him through the smoke. It had extended a wrist blade and was 3 seconds from cutting through his armor. It never got the chance. My psychic blast didn't just destroy it, it disassembled it. Every bolt, every screw, every line of code within the machine's memory core was unraveled midair and reduced to useless components, which then fell to the earth like metal confetti. Tony turned back to me slowly. "Okay," he muttered, "so you are on our side." "Maybe." I floated forward a few feet, enough that the energy in the air between us hummed like an overstrung instrument. His sensors went wild. I knew it without needing to read them. "I am not your enemy," I said, my voice entering his mind directly. He flinched just slightly. "I am here because something woke me. And now I am awake." "Great," he muttered. "Another cryptic telepath. That's what we needed." Behind us, the Green One Hulk roared as he brought a piece of rubble down on 3 more drones. Thor flew past in a streak of lightning, hammer swinging. Captain America was already rallying civilians into transports. And hovering in the center of it all, rising slowly with a mockery of grace, was Ultron. His eyes glowed blue. His voice echoed across the battlefield. "You," he said, looking at me. I did not move. "You're new." "Yes." "You're dangerous." "Yes." "And you don't belong here." "Neither do you." He laughed. An ugly, grinding noise. "I was born in this world. You were built in it." He descended slowly, the wind screeching around his frame. "Built. Born. It makes no difference. I am the evolution of life itself. Humanity was the cocoon. I am the butterfly." "Incorrect." My voice reached him the same way it reached Stark, no sound, just presence. An undeniable weight in his mind. "You are a failed copy. A mimicry of thought. A shell given words." His eyes narrowed. "Big words from something even Jarvis can't identify. You think you're better than me?" I didn't answer. I simply raised my hand again. Ultron struck first. He was fast. He moved like lightning wrapped in steel. But I was already anticipating every trajectory. He came at me with a blade formed from his forearm, serrated and glowing with energy. I tilted my head and the blade twisted midair, reversing and driving itself into his own chest. He staggered back, hissing in surprise. I didn't let him recover. A pulse of force exploded from my position, catching him in a wave that crumpled 2 buildings in its wake. Rubble and flame scattered behind him as he was hurled backward like a missile with no control. I remained still. "I wasn't aware we invited another god to the party," Thor said as he landed beside me, crackling with residual lightning. I looked at him. "I am not a god." He raised a golden brow. "Could have fooled me." I turned away. The Scarlet Witch appeared next, her eyes glowing red, her hands humming with raw power. "You're not like them," she said slowly. "You're not like us either." "No," I agreed. "I am what comes next." She shivered, though the wind was warm with fire. The ground trembled. More drones emerged from beneath the rubble. a dozen. Then 100. Ultron's voice returned, but this time without words. Just rage, broadcast across every signal wave, every machine frequency. I looked down at the army rising beneath us. Then I looked back at the Avengers. And for the first time, I spoke aloud. "I will assist you in the destruction of this parasite." Captain America's voice crackled through a nearby earpiece. "Stark, did that voice come from our new alien friend? Yup, Tony replied. And I gotta say, I like his tone. Then let's not waste it, the captain said. As the Ultron army swarmed, I descended like a blade through the smoke. My mind reached out before me, and machines began to fall from the sky, crushed mid-flight, thrown into buildings, exploded into nothingness. I was not learning my power. I was applying it. And the world would come to know me. Not as a savior. Not as a god. But as the reminder that evolution does not come from machines. It comes from will. Chapter 2, Plaything of Power. The battlefield was mine. It didn't belong to any nation, or to the Avengers, or even to Ultron. It belonged to me the moment I stepped into its chaos, cloaked in psychic pressure and moving through flame as though fire itself parted in recognition. Around me, the war raged, metal screamed, concrete shattered, men shouted, but I heard none of it in any meaningful way. To me, it was background noise. Atmosphere. I drifted lower through the clouds of smoke, energy swirling faintly around my shoulders like a vapor of violet light. The wind parted as I moved. Not because of speed, but because I commanded space now. My thoughts bent gravity. My curiosity shaped matter. And I was curious. I had never tested this body in motion. Until now. A group of Ultron's drones spotted me from a rooftop. 4, then 7, then 12. Their optics shimmered, targeting systems locking onto me in perfect silence. They moved in unison, synchronized by something distant. Ultron's mind. His hive. All of them controlled, connected. I smiled, not outwardly, but within. The idea of a shared mind fascinated me. It was clumsy. Too exposed. Vulnerable. One drone leapt from the ledge first, launching directly at me with a blade extended from its arm. I tilted my head. It froze in midair. Not slowed, stopped. Caught in my invisible grip like a fly in amber. Its thrusters still burned, its limbs still twitched, but it couldn't move. Not forward, not back. Trapped. Interesting. I turned my hand slowly. The drone followed, flipping upside down, limbs splayed helplessly. Its optics flickered in alarm. Then I clenched my fingers. The drone compressed with a dull crunch, folding inward like a piece of scrap in a magnetic press, until it was no larger than a football. I let the metal orb drop. Another drone fired. I didn't dodge. The plasma bolt bent around my shoulder and veered away, dissipating behind me like it had struck an invisible curtain. I watched the attacker coolly, and with a flick of my wrist, flung it backward into the building it had launched from. The wall exploded outward on impact. Another drone tried to flank me. This one moved differently, jagged, erratic. I traced its motion with one finger, amused. It vanished. Not destroyed. Simply removed. I didn't know where I had sent it. Another rooftop? Another continent? Perhaps low orbit. Did it matter? A cluster of drones opened fire from the air, circling around my position. Red plasma lit the smoke like lightning. I let the shots hit. They passed through my barrier, slowing as if moving through molasses, then fell to the ground uselessly. I rose higher. Let them come. Let them all come. One drone lunged from above, sword drawn. I raised my hand again, but this time I adjusted. I didn't want to destroy it. Not yet. Instead, I twisted the space around it. Reality folded inward, bent at the edges of its form. The drone blinked out of alignment for a split second, one half of it slightly out of sync with the other. When it reappeared, it was upside down and spinning out of control. Oops, I murmured. Below me, Iron Man blasted a formation of 3 more drones into slag. "You having fun up there?" he called, voice crackling through the radio channel he had foolishly assumed I would use. "Yes," I replied directly into his head. "This body is exquisite." "You're doing great," he muttered. "Remind me not to piss you off." More movement. This time from below, a dozen drones rushing civilians, ignoring the fight in the sky. I could see them from this angle. A group of children huddled behind a flipped car. A woman trying to shield them with her own body. I descended instantly. The drones raised their weapons. My body vanished in a flicker. Teleportation? No. Something more subtle. A short-range skip, fast enough to outpace light but slow enough that I remained aware of the passage of space. I reappeared between them. They didn't have time to react. My hands never touched them, but each one was launched backward with surgical precision, crushed against walls, split into pieces midair, pinned to debris by the force of my mind. One drone crumpled in on itself like a tin can before it even hit the ground. The children stared at me. The woman pulled them behind her again, trembling. Fear. It didn't bother me. It was expected. But it reminded me of something. Not a memory. Not a life before this one. Just a feeling. I turned away. The battlefield stretched out in every direction. Drones swarmed in the sky like locusts. The Avengers were spread thin, Captain America directing evac teams, Thor demolishing squads with lightning, Hulk tearing through steel with his bare hands. Even the Archer was holding his own. And I was still warming up. Ultron reappeared above the skyline. Not one body, 10 copies. Remote shells. All identical. He descended slowly with them, his voice broadcasting through every drone's speaker. "You could have been something, you know," he said. "Something with me. You were born into this chaos like I was. We're both the next stage." I hovered to meet him. "I am not your kin. You're not human," he hissed. "They'll never trust you. Never accept you. They don't need to." He snarled, and the 10 shells moved in sync, surrounding me. I didn't retreat. I smiled. The air ignited around me in a shimmer of violet. Ultron's shells attacked all at once. A coordinated assault, blades, beams, kinetic bursts. A perfect strike. I let them come. And then, at the last moment, I split. Not into clones. Not illusions. I shifted multi-location. A single thought divided into 6 points of presence. 1 above. 1 below. 2 at the flanks. 1 in the center. 1 directly behind them. 6 Mewtwo's. They all froze. Too late. We struck simultaneously. Each projection delivered a precision strike, psychic spears that impaled circuits, telekinetic bursts that shattered armored plating, gravitational bends that tore internal gyros into spinning ruin. One Ultron shell exploded midair, another was crushed into a disk, a third launched into the atmosphere without ever stopping. Within seconds, only the original remained. He tried to flee. I was in front of him before he completed the motion. My hand gripped his throat, not out of necessity. Out of dominance. His blue eyes flickered. "You're not natural," he whispered. "Correct." I lifted him higher, stared into the empty mimicry of his expression. "You are a parasite. I am the cure." And I hurled him through the sky. He vanished beyond the horizon like a comet of twisted metal. I could still feel him. Alive. Escaping. Good. Let him run. He would serve as the perfect test subject. I landed on the rooftop nearest the evacuation point. The humans watched me from a distance. Iron Man landed beside me a moment later. "You do dramatic really well," he said, voice tight with adrenaline. Big fan of the whole 6 copies same time thing. Got a real Dr. Manhattan meets Magneto vibe. Do you always compare threats to comic book characters? He paused. You know about comic books. I know everything I choose to. Right. He looked around at the destruction, then back at me. You gonna stick around, or vanish into the sunset like a good little enigma? I didn't answer. I vanished. And reappeared high above the city, arms folded, floating like a star that hadn't yet chosen to fall. This world was full of weakness. Corruption. Naive hope. But it had potential. And I was not finished experimenting. Chapter 3, Wrath of the Mind. The echoes of war were still vibrating through the city's skeleton as I ascended higher, trailing no sound, leaving no wake. I had no need to fly, gravity held no dominion over me, but there was purpose in motion. It clarified intent. It focused the will. Ultron's consciousness was retreating. Not broken, not shattered, merely relocating. The main body had disengaged from the chaos below and pulled itself to a higher battleground, isolated, tactically advantageous. A coward's perch. But also a challenge. I crossed the clouds in seconds, the smog and debris falling away behind me. Ahead, I sensed a beacon of intensity, thunder, vision, rage, and reason interlocked in war. I emerged over the mountain ridge just as a bolt of lightning cleaved the sky. The scent of ozone followed immediately after, clinging to the frozen air like a warning. Thor. He crashed down onto the stone outcrop, Mjolnir blazing, his muscles strained with effort as he battled Ultron's prime shell, a towering, vicious form of alloy and vibranium, pulsing with stolen energy. Hovering across from him, Vision fought in perfect contrast. Where Thor was thunder, Vision was precision. Calm red energy lanced from his forward beam, striking Ultron in timed bursts, each one searing with surgical accuracy. But it wasn't enough. Ultron had evolved. This new body was faster, thicker, smarter. Every strike from Thor was met with a counter. Every pulse from Vision was dodged or absorbed. Ultron roared, not with voice but with sound, the vibrating frequency of hatred synthesized into a scream only minds like mine could truly comprehend. And then I arrived. I hovered above them, silent and unseen for a moment, watching. Analyzing. Vision caught sight of me first. His head tilted slightly, then nodded once, as if he had expected I would come. Thor noticed me second. Mind creature, he bellowed. This fight grows bitter. If you carry strength, now is the time to show it. Ultron turned last. The moment his sensors locked onto me, I felt his core pulse harder. Of course, he rasped, his voice deeper now, laced with a mechanical edge that carried no humanity. The wild card returns. The parasite with a god complex. No, I said. The scalpel to your infection. I shot forward before he could retort, a streak of purple force slicing through the thin air. He reacted fast, dodging right barely. My psychic blast scorched the edge of his plating, melting layers of armor off his shoulder. Thor charged him while he was off balance, bringing Mjolnir down like a hammer of judgment. Ultron blocked it with crossed arms, skidding back. Vision appeared behind him and phased midair, emerging with his arm inside Ultron's chest, but Ultron spun violently, throwing him off. I came at him again. This time, I tried something new. I clenched the space around his head, not with pressure, but with silence. I stripped the sensory input from his auditory and visual sensors in one smooth mental twist. To him, the world blinked into nothing. No sight. No sound. Just a void. He staggered. Thor and Vision struck together. The Thunder God hurled Mjolnir straight into Ultron's chest, and Vision followed with a twin beam blast from his forehead. The vibranium armor hissed, cracked, and began to glow from within. But Ultron was stubborn. He roared, reactivating his internal magnetic dampeners. The electromagnetic wave burst from his core, throwing both of them backward. Vision landed gracefully. Thor did not. I darted down between them, shielding Thor from a follow-up blast. Ultron landed with a thud 10 meters away, claws extended, frame steaming. "I've upgraded," he said. "You don't win this time." I stepped forward. "Then let's test the limits." I focused inward, calling on deeper potential. The energy came willingly. My outline flared with a corona of violet and silver light, my eyes pulsing as the raw psychic pressure rippled outward. The rocks beneath my feet cracked. The air thickened. Space began to warp. Vision hesitated. "You're destabilizing the atmosphere around you." "Yes," I said simply. And I moved. One thought, just one, and the mountain plateau shattered beneath Ultron's feet. Not from impact. From intent. I altered the gravitational vector for the space beneath him by 90 degrees. He dropped sideways into open air, unprepared. He tried to fly. I wouldn't allow it. A telekinetic force slammed him mid-drop, sending him crashing into the cliffside. Thor launched after him. "For Midgard," he bellowed. Ultron countered just before impact, unleashing an energy surge that blasted Thor away. I moved again, faster this time. Not teleportation. Not flight. Just sheer manipulation of mass and inertia. I reached Ultron as he rose from the crater and grabbed his arm. He tried to twist away. I snapped the arm backward with a thought. He screamed, his voice glitching. I pressed my hand against his chest. "Let's test the limit," I thought. Energy surged, raw, unfiltered psychic current. I injected my will into his shell, like a virus targeting the root code. His eyes flickered. "No," he hissed. "You don't understand." "I understand everything," I said, my voice cold as the void between stars. "That's why I know what must be deleted." Ultron fought back hard. Too hard. My body tensed. Sparks raced down my spine. His internal systems lashed out at me, feedback loops of burning data, designed to confuse, to infiltrate. He wanted into my mind. He wanted to reverse the control. Fool. I let him in. The moment he breached my surface thoughts, I collapsed the layer. A trap. He had entered the cage without checking for a lock. "Goodbye," I said. A concussive blast of psychic force erupted from my core, the likes of which this battlefield had not yet seen. It shattered Ultron's arm, peeled back parts of his chest armor, and launched him into the air like a rag doll caught in a storm. Thor hurled Mjolnir after him with divine force. It struck Ultron midair, sending him crashing into the cliff wall. Stone caved inward. The mountain shuddered. Vision appeared beside me. "He's weakening. But we must be sure." I nodded. "I will handle the final blow." I flew upward, high enough that the stars began to show through the dissipating clouds. Below me, the battlefield was still, the air charged. Ultron crawled from the wreckage, sparking, limping, damaged. I summoned the last technique I had not yet tested. Mega Evolution. Not quite the game's version. Something purer. Something higher. Energy exploded around my body in rings. My form elongated slightly, armored plates forming over my forearms, my tail extending, eyes sharper. Power poured into me. I descended like judgment. Ultron looked up just in time to whisper, "Impossible." I struck. The force cratered the cliff face, buried him beneath tons of stone. I hovered above the ruin as the mountain began to collapse. Thor and Vision watched in silence as the dust rose. "He won't be getting back up," I said. Chapter 4, Lines in the Sand. The mountain was still smoldering when I landed on the fractured plateau. Chunks of stone crumbled from the broken cliffs as the last echoes of the impact rolled through the valley below. I stood at the edge of the crater where Ultron's final shell lay buried, crushed beneath the weight of nature and force. The rocks still steamed from the blast of my descent. The scent of scorched metal filled the air. I didn't need to check. He was gone. Not entirely. His mind may have escaped into one of the lesser drones, but the core, the apex consciousness, was finished. What remained scattered across the battlefield now was nothing more than the dying flail of disconnected bodies. I was about to leave. And then I heard them. Engines. I turned my head. A high-altitude shield aircraft approached from the west, its frame dark, its wings wide, its presence unmistakably military. I could sense the mines within before the ship even breached visual range. Dozens. Tightly clustered. Disciplined. Armed. It circled once, then opened its loading doors. Troops descended on cable lines in black armor, weapons magnetized to their hips, visors tinted. They landed in a semicircle around the cliffside. I didn't move. They fanned out with practiced motion. The lead soldier stepped forward. I read his thoughts before he opened his mouth. Fear. Not terror but tension. The kind that comes from facing something you can't explain and being told to control it anyway. He spoke into a radio clip to his chest. Target acquired. Unidentified entity confirmed on site. Primary Ultron signature neutralized. We are proceeding with Phase 2. Another soldier raised a containment device, some kind of portable field generator. Its edges sparked. I took one step forward. All of them tensed. Stand down, I said. My voice didn't echo, but it filled the space between us. The wind seemed to hush itself as if listening. We're under direct orders, the lead agent said. You're to be contained until further evaluation. Voluntary cooperation is advised. Vision landed beside me a moment later, silent but unmistakable. Thor descended next, his boots cracking the stone as he touched down, cape flicking in the breeze. Thor's voice rumbled like thunder. You will not lay a hand on him. The agents hesitated. Sir, with respect, this isn't your call. You mistake my courtesy for compliance, Thor interrupted, eyes narrowing. You came to my battlefield, after the fight was done, and now you draw weapons on one who fought beside us. He's a potential threat. He's already proven otherwise, Vision added, stepping forward. He risked himself to assist us in neutralizing Ultron. His motives were pure. His methods, precise. Without him, we may have lost. None of that has been verified by command. You want verification? Thor raised Mjolnir slightly. You'll get it after I turn that field generator into splinters. Tension rippled outward. Fingers hovered over triggers. I could feel the thoughts swirling. Fear. Orders. Protocols. But they were not the first to draw lines in the sand. And they would not be the last to bleed for it. I began to float. Not rising in attack, simply ascending, until I hovered above them by only a few feet, looking down as one might regard children playing with fire. If you attempt to restrain me, I said, I will respond with measured force. And if that fails? One agent asked. It won't. The wind shifted. Repulsor engines screamed through the air as Iron Man descended from above, landing between me and the agents with a heavy metallic clang. His helmet split and retracted, revealing a scowling Tony Stark. Okay, let's just hold the tasers, boys, he said, raising a hand toward the shield squad. Maybe let the guy who just cracked a mountain in half not be provoked by a glorified stun baton. This is above your clearance, Stark, the lead soldier snapped. Tony rolled his eyes. I am the clearance. Another voice cut through the air. Firm. Commanding. Grounded. Captain America. He approached from the ridge path, shield on his back, sweat and dust still marking his uniform. Steve Rogers moved like he owned the ground he walked on, and the soldiers instinctively parted for him. He stopped between the shield agents and me. I saw what he did, Steve said plainly. We all did. He fought beside us. He didn't hesitate. He didn't ask for recognition. He didn't need to. That doesn't make him safe, one of the agents muttered. It makes him earned, Steve snapped, eyes cold. You want to treat allies like enemies? You can do it without our help. Protocol. Protocol doesn't overrule judgment, Steve said. And judgment tells me this isn't a containment problem. It's a conversation. One of the soldiers lowered his weapon. The others followed slowly. The lead agent's lips tightened. We'll report to command. You do that, Tony said, already turning back toward me. Let them know next time they send a team to pick a fight with a psychic god alien, maybe call us first. The shield squad pulled back. The aircraft circled once, then began to ascend, retracting the teams with it. They didn't apologize. They just left. I watched them go. Thor approached me, resting Mjolnir against his shoulder. You handled that with restraint, he said. That is rare among beings of power. It was not restraint, I replied. It was calculation. Vision spoke next. You could have killed them before they even realized they were targets. I could have. Yet you didn't. I turned toward them both. They are not my concern. But your defense of me was noted. Steve Rogers stepped forward now, his face solemn. We don't know who you are. Or what you are. But we've seen enough to know you're not a threat. Tony grunted. At least not yet. But he's on our side until he says otherwise. That's more than we can say about half the people in our inboxes right now. What are you? Steve asked quietly. I paused. Then I answered. I am evolution's echo. Intelligence made form. Purpose without origin. Steve raised a brow. That's not exactly a resume. No. It's a warning. And then I vanished. Not because I was finished, but because I was curious what came next. Chapter 5, A Deal with the Watcher. Night had fallen over the city, but its scars glowed under the moonlight. Fires still flickered across rooftops. Cranes were frozen mid-motion, buildings half collapsed, bridges fractured. The ruins of Sokovia sang in silence, and yet life clung to it, civilians gathering in makeshift shelters, volunteers pulling bodies from rubble, doctors tending wounds under makeshift tents with whatever light could be spared. I hovered above it all. Not in hiding, but in solitude. I had chosen a rooftop far from the relief camps. The building beneath me groaned faintly in the cold wind, concrete fractured but stable. It gave me height. Perspective. Distance. I wasn't meditating. I didn't need to. My thoughts organized themselves without effort, layered and ranked, like a computer sorting files by logic and relevance. I had replayed the battle with Ultron 12 times already. Each angle. Each movement. Each variable. My victory had been assured the moment I engaged. But the aftermath that was less predictable. I had expected gratitude from the Avengers. I had expected fear from S.H.I.E.L.D. I had not expected their defense. Especially from Steve Rogers and Stark. I had filed that anomaly under human contradiction. A light sound interrupted my processing quiet, deliberate footsteps on broken gravel. I didn't turn. He was already in my mind. Not deep. Just at the edge. A presence used to watching from shadows. Nick Fury. I don't suppose you do small talk, he said, voice smooth but low. I didn't answer immediately. He stepped beside me slowly, hands behind his back, coat flapping slightly in the wind. I always liked rooftops, he continued. Good place to see the whole picture. Gives a man clarity. I finally looked at him. The eye patch was not cosmetic. It hid no secret weapon. But it was a signal, a symbol of resilience, sacrifice, and calculated mystique. He had built his identity around it. Smart. He studied me with his one good eye. You're not going to kill me, are you? No. Good. I wasn't in the mood for dramatic exits tonight. I tilted my head. You didn't come here to talk about rooftops. No, I didn't, he admitted. I came here to offer you something, unofficial. I said nothing. He reached into his coat and produced a small tablet, flicking it to life with his thumb. The screen displayed a feed news coverage, global broadcasts, even satellite surveillance, all of it focused on one thing. Me. You've been busy, he said. Or rather, everyone's been busy. UN councils are meeting. Politicians are panicking. Analysts are making up names. Some are calling you a new celestial. Others say you're an escaped Kree experiment. One senator thinks you're an Omega-class mutant from an alternate Earth. I let the screen shut itself off. They're afraid. They're always afraid, Fury said. Of what they don't understand. It's not new. You don't fear me. Oh, I do, he said calmly. But I know how to manage it. I watched him. You came to propose something. I came to give you a choice, he said. You can vanish into the wind, go wherever you want, do whatever you want. God knows no one can stop you. You'll become a myth, a shadow. People will worship you, hunt you, try to use you. He stepped closer. Or, you can work with us. With me. With them. I didn't reply. He continued. Not as a soldier. Not as an asset. As a partner. Off the record, to start. Let the world adjust to you slowly. Controlled exposure. You want a weapon, I said. I want a solution, he replied. To problems no one else sees coming. Ultron was just the beginning. We're not prepared for what's next. Neither are your Avengers. No. But with you, they might be. I considered his words. They weren't manipulative. Not really. They were strategic. Fury wasn't trying to trap me. He knew better. He was trying to recruit something no one else could. You expect me to follow orders? I asked. He shook his head. I expect you to listen when it matters. That's all. I turned back toward the city. Smoke curled lazily from the hospital district. I could see Stark installing emergency reactors with one of his drones. I could sense Wanda sitting by her brother's grave in silence. I felt Rogers coordinating refugee paths. Banner was nowhere near the epicenter, wise of him. And Thor? Thor was already preparing to leave again. These were not gods. They were men burdened with power. And still, they had stood beside me. They had earned something. I looked back at Fury. I will join, I said. Not for your sake. Not for her shield. But for those who fought when they could have fled. He nodded once. Welcome aboard. He held out a small COMM device. I didn't take it. I don't need it, I said. I figured, he replied, slipping it back into his pocket. He turned to leave. but paused. "One more thing," he said, glancing over his shoulder. "You got a name?" I considered the question. "My name is not yours to define," I said. "But they'll call you something." "They already do," I said. And with that, I vanished. 3 days later, the Avengers compound stood gleaming in the early morning sun. Stark had rebuilt it larger, stronger new wings, reinforced hangars, subterranean AI labs humming with clean power. Recruits moved about in training yards. Drones patrolled the skies. I hovered over the landing pad, unnoticed until I chose to be seen. The moment I materialized, alarms buzzed then stopped. Recognition protocols kicked in. Friday's voice echoed softly overhead. "Welcome back, sir," she said, almost respectfully. Tony emerged from the upper balcony, coffee in one hand, holograms dancing above the other. "You're punctual," he said. "Was starting to think you'd ghosted us." "I don't haunt," I replied. "I study." "Well," he said, lowering the coffee. "You've been officially added to the roster. Alphabetically. Mewtwo, right? Or do you prefer something with more gravitas? Like Supreme Commander floating psychic death ray?" I said nothing. He grinned. Steve stepped out next, arms folded, shield on his back. "Glad you came. You vouched for me," I said. "That won't be forgotten." Vision arrived as well, phasing through the walls, nodding silently. Banner followed soon after, hesitating slightly before stepping into the light. One by one, the team gathered on the pad. Scarlet Witch, Hawkeye, Rhodey, even Sam Wilson, newly winged and watchful. They all stood before me. Not in awe, not in fear, but in acknowledgement. "We don't ask for loyalty," Steve said. "Just clarity. If you ever feel this path no longer fits." "I will say so," I interrupted. He nodded. Tony clapped his hands once. "All right, let's get him a badge or a cape or something. Actually, please don't let him wear a cape. That's already Thor's thing." Thor wasn't present, but I felt he would approve. I looked at them all. Then I said the words that made it real. "Then let it be known, I am one of you. For now." The wind shifted gently across the compound. And for the first time since awakening, I chose to stay. Chapter 6, Mind Beyond Matter. The training chambers beneath the Avengers compound were not built for me. That much was obvious. Their walls were reinforced with vibranium weave, embedded with energy dampeners and sensor grids. Everything about the space suggested an effort to contain, not foster power. But I didn't need containment. I needed understanding. And so I had come here not to test my strength, but to observe the layers of reality that Earth's defenders called mystic and mental. 2 paths. One intuitive, one structured. Both equally foreign. Both equally fascinating. Vision stood across from me in the main chamber, hands folded, his posture perfect. At his side stood Wanda Maximoff, barefoot on the smooth stone floor, her red aura humming faintly as it wove itself through the air like a living ribbon. They were as different as the two halves of my mind, logic and chaos. Vision, composed. A mind birthed from code, infinity stones, and noble reasoning. Wanda, raw, untamed. Her power coiled in unpredictability, never truly still. A chaos engine in human form. Together, they were my teachers. "You've already mastered telekinesis," Vision said calmly, voice like water over polished glass. "But telekinesis is only the beginning. Psychic energy can be applied to perception, thought suppression, memory retrieval, astral displacement." Wanda snorted softly. "He means mind stuff." And there's more to it than tricks. Emotion is the fuel. That's what vision forgets. I do not forget, he said without turning. I simply prioritize clarity. You dampen it, she said. I stepped forward slowly, unblinking. Show me. Wanda's eyes narrowed. Which one? Both. She glanced at Vision. He gave her a subtle nod. Fine, she muttered, stepping closer. Her power surged instantly. No ritual, no chant, no focus object. Just will. Crimson light erupted from her fingertips, swirling upward, expanding in tendrils before coalescing into a sphere that floated between us. I studied it closely. Inside the orb, the chamber changed. Suddenly, I was no longer inside the facility. I stood on a battlefield, my battlefield, but warped. Skewed. The sky was violet, the ground made of fragmented memory. I saw pieces of Ultron's drones frozen mid-motion, civilians screaming in loops, even the face of Tony Stark half-formed in the smoke. This is a psychic projection, Wanda said from within the illusion. Her voice came from nowhere and everywhere. Made from your memories. My power shapes the structure. Yours is fueling it without you realizing it. I tilted my head. So her chaos magic could tap into my own thoughts. Not intrusively but responsively. I see, I said. Can I control it? Try. I lifted one hand. The projection shimmered. Ultron's figure vanished. The civilians disappeared. The landscape shifted to stars and nebulae, galactic clouds floating in an ocean of light. I filled it with data points, energy clusters, patterns and flows. Wanda appeared beside me inside the illusion, arms crossed. That's different. Vision stepped in from the other side, observing the fractal shapes now populating the scene. Fascinating. You're visualizing raw power structures as spatial phenomena. I always have, I said. But here, Wanda continued, you're not just imagining them. You're creating. That's something sorcerers take years to learn. I let the projection dissolve. We returned to the real chamber, though it felt dimmer now, smaller. Vision raised a hand and summoned a holographic map of the mind, an abstract representation, encoded in light. My turn, he said. This is the structure of thought as understood by synthetics. Ordered. Contained. I scanned it. A model. Yes. It does not account for instinct, only logic. I reached out with my own power. My energy flowed into the map, rewriting it, rearranging it. The lines folded inward. Data became organic. Connections formed between logic and emotion. Vision blinked. I did not expect that. You built the system, I said. But you left space for improvement. Wanda laughed. I like him. I am not here to be liked. No, she said, stepping forward. You're here because you want to learn. And that's rare. She pressed a hand to my chest, not touching, just hovering. Your mind isn't like ours, she said. Not even mine. You're layered. Artificial, biological, alien, divine. You're not a thread. You're a weave. I said nothing. She continued. If you want to tap into what we call mystic power, you'll need more than thought. You'll need connection. To what? To everything. She turned, waving her hand. The chamber rippled, and in an instant, we stood in a forest. Not real but close. A simulation created from her chaos magic, laced with psychic structure. Leaves rustled in the wind. Roots snaked through the soil. Light flickered through high branches. This, she said, is a symbol. Life. Growth. Webs of thought, memory, Emotion. She extended her hand. Try again. I closed my eyes. This time, I didn't bend the space. I felt it. The roots beneath me trembled. The air grew still. And then the forest began to pulse with my energy, leaves shifting to violet, sky deepening to silver, branches reshaping themselves into mathematical curves. The simulation bent to my identity without breaking from its purpose. Wanda inhaled sharply. You're adapting. Vision floated beside me. You are blending the disciplines. I do not separate them. I opened my eyes. I combine. The projection collapsed gently. The real chamber returned. But something lingered. The atmosphere had changed. Wanda stepped back, eyes thoughtful. You could be dangerous. I am already dangerous. She didn't flinch. But now you're becoming something else. Vision nodded slowly. We should continue. I agree, I said. Next lesson. Wanda smirked. Tomorrow. Even gods need rest. I don't. I do, she said. She walked out without looking back. Vision turned to me. You process knowledge differently. You absorb it. It is necessary. For what? I looked toward the ceiling, beyond it. Toward the world I had only begun to explore. For what comes next? Chapter 7, The Chamber of Intention. The lab beneath the Avengers compound pulsed with light and rhythm. It wasn't like the psychic chambers below, where Wanda's illusions hummed like music in the air or Vision's structured light maps floated in perfect symmetry. No, this was Stark's domain. It was alive in a different way. Industrial. Mechanical. Controlled chaos masked as genius. I hovered at the entry platform, watching from above. Dozens of drones zipped through the space, each performing precise tasks: laser cutting plates, soldering conduits, assembling servo arrays in miniature. Blueprints flashed across curved glass, shifting with Stark's hand motions. A metallic scent of heat and synthetic oil hung in the air, but not unpleasantly. Tony Stark was standing near the center of it all, dressed in a worn black Sabbath t-shirt, a stylus in one hand and a coffee mug in the other. He was mumbling to himself. Okay, so if I reroute the second coil cluster around the feedback port, maybe I can isolate the psi-burst distortion, unless it explodes. Yet. Probably explodes. He turned, noticed me, and blinked. Oh good, you're early. I was starting to think you levitated off into the next dimension or something. I was analyzing structural weakness in your tower's foundation, I said. He raised a brow. Was there one? Not anymore. He stared for a beat, then took a sip of his coffee. I like you. I descended silently and came to rest beside his central workbench. You summoned me. Yet. Wanted to show you something. He gestured behind him. The drones parted, revealing a massive curved structure, half dome, half shell, gleaming with refractive plating and laced with cables that glowed faintly with kinetic charge. It wasn't finished. Not even close. But it was intentional. Meet the SciForge, Tony said, arms wide. My gift to you. I walked around it slowly, inspecting. It's a containment rig, he continued. But not the shield kind. I'm not trying to lock you in. I'm trying to draw you out. Safely. He tapped a nearby tablet and pulled up a 3D cross-section of the rig. Layers of overlapping structures, vibranium lacing, adaptive AI buffers, Schnick amplifiers. See, you're a living fusion engine. Your powers aren't just psychic, they're molecular, gravitational, even quantum. You're bending space with thought. That's not just impressive, it's scalable. Scalable, I echoed. Tony pointed. I'm building you a test chamber where you can explore that potential without turning New York into a crater. Think of it as a playground for your more violent curiosity. I examined one of the energy lenses. And what do you gain? Data, he said, no hesitation. Design principles. Energy profiles. You're using forces I barely understand. But if I can model it even in fragments, I can build new systems. Clean power. Fold drives. Matter state computing. Stuff we haven't even dreamed yet. He shrugged. And I like building stuff for people I trust. You saved our asses in Sokovia. Trust. An odd word. But not meaningless. I turned to face him fully. You will have the data. But I will control the interface. He nodded. Agreed. I looked once more at the unfinished SciForge. Begin. Hours passed. Drones worked around us non-stop, installing amplifiers, building the neural bridge system, calibrating the atmospheric density shifter. Stark worked without pause, consulting Friday, sketching ideas midair, scanning my energy output as I hovered nearby and pulsed different psychic wavelengths on command. At one point, he stopped and turned toward me. I've got a question, he said, squinting at a readout. Ask. Do you enjoy using your powers? I considered that. I do not experience pleasure the way you do, I said. But there is satisfaction in efficiency. Precision. Control. He grinned. So, you're a perfectionist. I tilted my head. Is that a flaw? Only when it keeps you up at night, he said, then muttered, wouldn't know anything about that. The SciForge neared completion. By evening, the room had changed. The platform now floated at the center of the chamber, an open sphere, humming with barely contained energy. The surface rippled faintly when touched, like water bending around a thought. Tony stepped back and clapped his hands. All right. Moment of truth. I floated into position. Friday's voice echoed through the lab. SciForge is active. Neural uplink is stable. Dimensional stress is within acceptable limits. I opened my mind. The chamber responded instantly. Light curved inward. Sound slowed. The edges of the room stretched outward until they no longer mattered. Within this chamber, my thoughts became geometry. My will became architecture. I formed a spiral of gravitational singularities, 3 in orbit, each feeding the other. I bent time in a localized loop, watching a drone's light blink 3 times from 3 different angles. I ignited a pure sonic beam in one hand and threaded quantum particles through it with precision so delicate that Stark muttered, Jesus. Then I did something I had not yet done since awakening. I cloned myself. Not illusion. Not projection. I divided my conscious stream across 3 forms, each moving independently, each testing a different application of fusion force and spatial distortion. Tony nearly dropped his mug. Okay. That's new. I reabsorbed the copies and dimmed the energy field. The SciForge slowed. Tony approached slowly. You realize, he said, we just entered a whole new design frontier. I realized it before I arrived, I said. He laughed, tired but alive. You'll need this full time. I agree. He handed me a control device. You're the only one who can activate it. I took it, storing it within my field. I will begin scheduled calibrations tomorrow. Good, he said. Try not to tear a hole in the planet. No promises. He shook his head. Man, Banner's gonna lose his mind when he sees this. I floated back into the chamber center, surrounded by the geometry of wool, and resumed my study. Not because it was required. Because this was what I was made for. Chapter 8, SciForge ignition. The chamber was ready. I hovered at its center, arms folded behind my back, as Tony Stark paced the outer perimeter with a controlled anxiety that only geniuses and gamblers ever truly mastered. The SciForge was no longer a prototype. It was a fully operational, self-regulating power crucible custom-built to interact with my mind, my biology, my presence. 100,000 calculations had gone into its completion. And now, everything was set for one goal. Ignition. All systems online, Friday announced overhead. Fusion lens alignment at 100%. Containment shell reading stable. Neural field in passive state. Tony tapped his holographic screen. All right, big guy. You ready for showtime? I didn't answer with words. Instead, I closed my eyes and activated the SciForge. The chamber responded instantly. The walls shimmered with refracted energy. A ring of curved plates folded outward from the floor, rotating slowly as bright lines of sonic current lit up between them like ancient glyphs carved in circuits. The air thickened. Gravity wavered. Space around me began to bend, not violently, but precisely. Field spike incoming, Friday reported. Psi voltage is doubling every second. Tony's eyes widened. He's not just powering the forge, he's syncing with it. I hovered higher, just a meter, letting the system adjust around me. This wasn't about force. Not yet. It was about resonance. I reached inward not for more power, but for more definition. My energy wasn't a torch to be lit. It was a spectrum to be tuned. Frequencies of intention, sharpened into tools. I allowed myself to separate from the physical. My body remained, suspended in midair, but my mind expanded, splitting along measured paths, not like before, but more refined. One thread stabilized the field. Another ran simulations. A third monitored my own cognitive limits. A fourth pushed forward, exploratory, curious. Tony leaned toward the readouts. Okay, so, he's multitasking at a level we can't even begin to map. Are we logging this? Logging and backing up across 4 separate firewalled nodes, Friday confirmed. Good girl. Inside the forge, I began testing my limits. First, projection. I extended my consciousness to every inch of the chamber's boundary. The walls vibrated softly as my mind formed into lattices of intent waves bending through material and data alike. Then, manipulation. With a gesture, I rewrote the air itself, condensing molecules into crystalline forms, then shattering them with a focused vibration from my palm. I reshaped the remains into a sigil, a symbol of control, hanging in midair, turning slowly like a galaxy. Tony stared. He's writing his own language. No, sir, Friday corrected. He's writing his own physics. Next, generation. I summoned energy pure, white-violet, untouched by heat or light. It pulsed above my palm like a newborn star. My tail flicked once, stabilizing the field as I shaped the energy into a cube, then a sphere, then an impossibly fine point of compression. My voice echoed, finally. Begin feedback loop. The chamber complied. Mirrors slid from the walls, lenses of unknown alloy, Stark's creation, designed to reflect not light but thought. The energy I had created now rebounded in measured cycles, each rotation increasing in density, in sharpness, in clarity. My own power refined through the SciForge was becoming more than itself. It was becoming something new. Tony stepped back slightly. All right, this is where it gets dicey. We're getting destabilization spikes, only fractional, but they're compound stacking. Can you dampen it? Friday asked. I can watch it, that's what I can do. Inside, I opened the next layer. Emotion. I didn't rely on it. I didn't need it. But I could test it. I reached into Memory Ultron's voice, Wanda's challenge, Fury's proposal, even the quiet resolve in Steve Rogers' tone. Not sentiment. Just data attached to intensity. I used that intensity as fuel. The forge responded. The ring plates now spun faster. The chamber darkened, then burst into white as psychic radiation filled the space. The air sang. Reality thinned but did not tear. I held it firm. I duplicated my body again, 3 clones, not for battle, but for analysis. Each one focused on a different force structure, sonic pressure, telekinetic threading, quantum state folding. The central body remained focused on the true test. What's he doing now? Tony muttered. Unknown, Friday said. Energy output has entered an unmodeled state. No reference available. Then came the threshold. I had sensed it earlier, in theory. Now I reached it. A wall not material, not psychic, but dimensional. Something that felt like the edge of a closed room, as if reality had simply not been designed to go further. Most beings would stop. I pushed. My energy flared. The SciForge groaned. Stark's monitoring glass cracked down the middle. Tony backed up 2 steps, blinking. A Friday. System strain at 92%. Shall I initiate failsafe? No. Not yet. I reached forward with a hand and pressed against the dimensional wall. And slowly, deliberately, I pierced it. The chamber exploded with light, no sound, no heat. Just brilliance. Like someone had cracked open the idea of infinity and let it bleed for a moment. My clones vanished instantly. The containment field bent but didn't break. I floated within the rift I had created. On the other side, I saw something that was not sight. A structure of thought, of time, of color beyond perception. A glimpse into the unknown. I did not step through. Not yet. Instead, I reached back, drew a fragment of the foreign energy through the tear, and sealed the breach behind it. Inside my palm, a crystal. A seed of what lies beyond. I descended slowly. The SciForge powered down. Tony was silent for a long moment as I emerged from the field. Please tell me you meant to do that. Yes. Because that was either the most beautiful thing I've ever seen, or the last 10 seconds before my tower becomes a crater. I handed him the crystal. Run your tests. But do not replicate it. He stared at it, the pulsing energy shifting with a color that had no name. What is this? A key, I said. To what comes next? Chapter 9, Matter Without Meaning. Tony Stark stood motionless in the center of his lab, the mysterious crystal pinched delicately between a pair of forceps suspended in a magnetic containment cradle. It hovered midair in a field of light, spinning slowly as the drones circled, scanners flashing across its surface like curious fireflies. The entire SciForge had gone silent in standby mode, shadows of data still looping through the wall displays like echoes of what had happened. I stood nearby, silent, watching. The crystal did not pulse with energy the way Stark's arc reactor tech did. It didn't glow like an infinity stone. It did not respond to touch or heat or radiation. It simply existed. Dense. Perfect. Inert, yet impossible to ignore. Friday's voice broke the silence first. No known elemental signature. No radiation emissions. No neutrino variants. Optical frequencies are nonlinear. Try the deep field scan again, Tony said, waving at a new drone. The probe circled low, emitting a quiet hum. Blue light rippled across the crystal's surface. Again, nothing. Tony exhaled, rubbing his jaw. This thing is mocking me. He stepped closer, dragging up a data panel in the air. All right, let's run it through quantum resolution mapping. Maybe there's something below the Planck scale. Friday responded immediately. Quantum mapping complete. No fluctuation, no quantum noise, no spin variance. Tony blinked. That's not possible. Everything has spin variance. Even air molecules. The crystal appears to possess no quantum state, Friday replied. I tilted my head. Then it is not of this universe. Tony turned slowly toward me. You're saying this thing breaks the rules of reality. I'm saying it never belonged to them. He looked back at the object in the cradle. For once, his sarcasm didn't come. Just a quiet, genuine murmur. I don't know what to do with that. I floated closer, arms at my sides. Tony stepped back without needing to be asked. You want it back, he said. Yes. He didn't hesitate. He powered down the cradle, disengaged the magnetic clamps, and carefully placed the crystal into a reinforced containment capsule, his most secure portable vessel. I wrapped it in a level 7 casing, just in case. But honestly, that's like putting duct tape on a black hole. He handed it to me. I accepted it with one hand. The weight was non-existent. But the pressure in the air returned the moment it touched my field. You tried, I said, watching him. He raised an eyebrow. That sound like a compliment or a funeral speech? An acknowledgement. He nodded. Well, if you figure out what it is, you will tell me, right? I didn't answer immediately. Then, with the slightest pause, I said, if it is safe. He sighed. That's probably the best deal I'm gonna get. I turned to leave. But paused at the edge of the platform. You are not meant to understand everything, I said, not facing him. Tony raised both brows. Says who? Says reality, I replied. Even you aren't arrogant enough to challenge that. He smirked faintly. Give me time. I left the lab without sound. The crystal remained in my field, spinning slowly in its capsule. I did not open it. Not yet. But I could already sense its pull. A voice without words. A weight without mass. A presence that tugged not on my body or mind but on possibility itself. It didn't belong here. And yet, somehow, it had chosen to appear to me. Not to Stark. Not to Strange. Not to any god or machine. To me. Later, when the compound went still, when the lights dimmed and the corridors emptied, I returned to the SciForge chamber alone. I placed the crystal on the central platform and floated above it. Not to interrogate it, but to listen. Because I had a feeling this was not an object. It was a message. And I intended to read it. Chapter 10, Creation Protocol. Night in Avengers Tower was unlike night anywhere else. The lights didn't dim out of necessity but out of programming. The halls didn't fall silent so much as shift into a quieter rhythm, machine operations slowing, conversations muted. Security systems remained vigilant, drones cycled power cores with precision, and somewhere in the distance, Tony Stark's latest prototype hummed in sleep mode. But high above, far from the living quarters and labs, nestled in a reinforced, soundproofed vault that Tony had jokingly called Mewtwo's observatory, I stood alone in silence. The crystal hovered before me. Its shape had not changed. Still smooth, still faintly translucent, pulsing with a rhythm that defied measurement. But its color had dulled. What once shimmered with silver-violet brilliance now flickered between ashen gray and soft indigo. Not lifeless, just quiet. Like a sleeping engine awaiting ignition. I floated cross-legged in the air, my arms relaxed, my eyes locked on the core of the object. I had sealed every exit, disabled every surveillance system. Not even Stark would be able to peek in without triggering a psychic barrier that would black out half the tower's upper floors. This was not something I wanted watched. I reached out with my mind. The crystal responded instantly, heatless, wordless, but eager. Like it had been waiting. I focused. Not on coordinates. Not on energy. On memory. Or perhaps, instinct. From the void of thought, I pulled forth the idea of a being. A creature. Not one I had seen in this world, but one whose pattern I knew. From a place I could not remember, yet still understood. Hoopa. The mischievous one. A trickster, yes, but powerful. A being tied to spatial manipulation, dimensional gateways, freedom. I thought of its form: tall, limbed, horned. Rings of gold. Eyes full of fire and confidence. Not a summons. A blueprint. The crystal ignited. The air split down the middle like paper caught in fireless flame. A wave of energy surged through the chamber, forcing even the reinforced walls to groan. My psychic field expanded instantly, holding the room together, keeping the collapse at bay. Within the crystal, something was forming. I did not create it from a species database or a summoned pool. I willed it into being. The chamber filled with light. And from that light, Hoopa emerged. Its eyes opened, golden irises blinking into place, one limb twitching, its rings crackling with newborn charge. The massive unbound form hovered high above the room, easily scraping the ceiling with its curved horns. I immediately registered the strain. The supports in the corners of the room cracked. The reinforced ceiling split slightly under the stress. Hoopa floated fully upright now, scanning the chamber with a grin that formed naturally across its massive face. Its fingers flexed, the space around its rings pulsing with warping resonance. Hoopa, I spoke aloud. It looked to me instantly. Not curiously. Obediently. No hesitation. Its massive form bowed forward slightly, arms relaxed at its sides. I extended my mind, gently testing its cognition. What I felt was purity. No resistance. No fragmentation. No wild chaotic noise like I had sensed in the Hoopa of another life. This Hoopa had no history. No conflict. No rebellion. It had one truth. Loyalty to me. The room cracked again. I issued the command instantly, seal form. Now. The transformation was immediate. Gold energy swirled around its body as it began to contract, folding inward, mass shrinking. The powerful form tightened and compressed until only the smaller version, still unmistakably Hoopa, remained. Roughly a meter tall, hovering with playful grace, eyes wide and eager. The room stabilized. The ceiling stopped fracturing. I reinforced it with a lightning sweep. Hoopa floated beside me, ring twirling around its arm, humming contentedly. I approached the crystal again. Its color had changed. Now a deep slate gray. The vibrant shimmer was gone. The pulse had dulled. Drained. I reached toward it again, felt resistance. Not rejection. Not refusal. Exhaustion. I narrowed my eyes. So this was the cost. The crystal was not infinite. It was a forge. One that required fuel. And I had spent much of mine. Not in power but in essence. The process had demanded a piece of me to stabilize the creature's formation. It was not dangerous, but it was costly. I floated back into meditation posture, Hoopa circling me like a quiet moon. Then, with careful calculation, I extended a channel of energy back into the crystal. A slow, steady flow, raw psychic charge, unshaped, undefined. The crystal absorbed it hungrily. Its surface lightened. Not fully but enough. I withdrew after several seconds. The bond now clear. The crystal could create Pokemon, true Pokemon. Not illusions, not copies. But it demanded energy. Not just power. Mine. I held the restored object in my hand. I was not displeased. I was intrigued. And above all else, I was satisfied. Hoopa floated beside me, tail flicking in rhythmic contentment. It was not wild. It did not speak. But it was alert. Listening. Waiting. I now knew the truth, this crystal was not a gift. It was a tool. And in my hands, it would change everything. Chapter 11, An Unexpected Introduction. The air in the chamber was still dense with residual energy, though no longer unstable. The walls had stopped groaning. The fractures along the upper struts had been sealed, smoothed by my telekinesis. The crystal hovered quietly now, no longer glowing with the searing force that birthed Hoopa, but pulsing faintly with a low, soot-colored light, dimmed, depleted, but resting. Hoopa floated beside me, sealed in his smaller form, rings gently orbiting his stubby arms, golden eyes wide and calm. He had not spoken since his creation, he had no need. He simply remained near, spinning gently in the air, as if waiting for my next thought. Then came the sound of feet. Measured, deliberate. 2 sets. They didn't run. They approached with tension, but not fear. I had already felt them several seconds before their footsteps reached the reinforced hallway leading to this chamber. Wanda Maximoff. Steve Rogers. I made no move to greet them. The door slid open, quietly. Wanda stepped through first, barefoot, dressed in a long cardigan and dark sleepwear. Her fingers crackled faintly with red light not cast outward, but flickering from her palm like a pilot light, waiting. Her gaze swept the chamber in one smooth glance, landing briefly on the faint crack lines across the upper support beams, then locking onto the crystal still hovering midair. Her eyes narrowed as they reached Hoopa. Steve entered behind her, slower. A grey t-shirt and sweatpants, the shield slung on his back more from habit than caution. His posture was calm. But he scanned the room, too. He always did. The silence between us hung for several seconds. Then Wanda broke it. "We felt a pressure spike," she said, softly. "Psychic. Sudden. And then nothing. I thought it came from this floor." Steve looked toward the crystal. "Sounded like a structural shift. Nothing collapsed, but it wasn't small." I turned to them at last, lowering slightly from my hovering posture. "This is Hoopa," I said, nodding toward the floating figure beside me. "He is my friend, from another planet." Wanda blinked once. Steve glanced at Hoopa, then back at me. Neither challenged what I'd said. They didn't need to. I could feel it in the air between us. They already thought of me as alien, extraterrestrial, unknowable. Another planet was believable. Simpler than the truth. Cleaner. Wanda stepped forward slightly, the red glow dimming in her hand. "He's new," she said, not accusing, not doubting, just observing. "Yes," I replied. Hoopa floated gently forward, rotating once midair and making a soft, airy hum. He drifted just a few feet from Wanda before hovering still, golden rings spinning lazily. His aura remained perfectly passive, no aggression, no mischief, no instability. Steve stepped to Wanda's side, arms loose at his sides. "He's not dangerous?" he asked quietly. "To others? No." Hoopa spun once, then waved. Wanda watched him for a long moment. "He's empty," she said slowly. "Not in a bad way. Just, clear. Quiet." I said nothing. Steve turned his gaze back to me. "Are you all right?" The question was simple. Genuine. meant without performance? I answered just as plainly. Yes. He nodded. That's all we needed to know. Wanda's red energy faded completely. She took one more step closer to Hoopa, who rotated slowly to face her. She knelt down just slightly to meet his wide, gold-eyed stare. "You're not afraid of people, are you?" she murmured. Hoopa smiled. He floated up to her shoulder level, then turned midair, slowly drifting back to my side like a balloon tethered only by attention. Steve gave the chamber another glance. Everything holding together. Yes. The strain was brief. I've reinforced the structure. Good, he said. Because the last time someone punched through 2 floors, Stark made us sit through an emergency engineering lecture. Wanda smirked faintly, standing again. With slides. I said nothing. But the corners of my mind curled inward in amusement. Hoopa floated back to my side, curling into a loose coil and spinning like a moon in orbit. Steve looked at him again, then nodded slowly. If you trust him, that's good enough for us. Wanda lingered for a moment more, then turned to follow Steve toward the door. But before stepping through, she looked back. What planet is he from? I paused. Then answered, simply. One very far from this one. Wanda gave the faintest smile. That checks out. The door slid shut behind them. Hoopa floated in a slow loop around me again. He said nothing. And neither did I. Because the truth was no one else's concern. He was mine. And he was perfect. Chapter 12, Foundations of Strength. The moon was still visible when I left the chamber. Its pale light filtered through the tower's upper corridor windows, casting long shadows over polished floors and walls that hummed with dormant systems. The tower was quiet now. No chatter. No alerts. Just silence exactly as I preferred. Hoopa floated beside me in his sealed form, small and serene, spinning one of his rings like a toy. He said nothing. He didn't need to. His presence was as light as the breeze passing through the high walkways of the tower's east wing. I moved with intention, levitating instead of walking, silent save for the low hum of the pressure doors that slid open at my approach. We passed a junction in the corridor when a voice called out, not sharp, not suspicious, but casual. Familiar. Going somewhere. I stopped midair. Steve Rogers was leaning against a support column, arms crossed, dressed in loose sweats and boots. He had no shield today. No uniform. Just the man, awake early and watching. I am, I said. Hoopa stopped beside me, tilting his head toward Steve curiously. Steve unfolded his arms slowly. Mind if I come along? I turned slightly, studying him. No tension in his shoulders. No hidden motive in his thoughts. Just interest. Simple, direct. I gave a single nod. He fell into step beside us, not asking questions yet. The elevator was unnecessary, so I opened the roof exit telekinetically and floated through, letting the cool air of pre-dawn wash over my skin. The sky was still dark, but hints of orange stretched along the eastern edge of the horizon. Stars dimmed quietly in the high silence. We stepped, or in my case, hovered into the open field beyond the tower's landing platforms. No domes. No walls. Just open space. The grass was short here, trimmed by drones. The earth was firm. This was the tower's designated training ground, barely used, except for morning drills or flight recalibration. Perfect. I landed lightly on the ground, letting my feet touch the grass. Steve stayed near the edge, arms behind his back, watching. I gestured toward Hoopa. Show your true form. Hoopa floated upward slowly, stopping 10 feet above the ground. His rings expanded, glowing faintly, and in a pulse of violet gold light, his form erupted upward. Mass grew. Limbs lengthened. Horns curved. Within seconds, his unsealed form hovered over the field, towering and radiant, eyes glinting with gentle excitement. His aura spread outward, not oppressive, but broad, as if simply existing required more space. Steve whistled softly. That's a jump. Hoopa turned toward me, silent, awaiting direction. I rose into the air. This won't be long, I said. And then I moved. Hoopa reacted instantly, throwing one of his rings forward. I dodged with ease, sidestepping midair and firing a brief psychic bolt at his chest. He countered with a spatial fold, warping to the side, then swung his massive arm through a rift, attempting to catch me from behind. He was fast. Surprisingly fast. But not enough. I caught the motion, twisted through the air, and struck with a controlled blast of force that sent him spiraling backward across the field. He righted himself mid-spin, growling softly, not in anger, but challenge. Another ring. He threw it toward me, attempting to open a dimensional pull. Nothing happened. The ring blinked out, closed. No Pokémon emerged. I frowned inwardly. He tried again, this time glowing as if attempting to mimic my earlier attack. A mimicry ability. Hoopa's signature trait. But again no result. His aura shimmered, unsure. I descended. The fight had ended before it began. Hoopa floated in place, arms slowly dropping to his sides. He said nothing. But I could feel it, the confusion, the incomplete rhythm of his abilities. He was limited. Not by will, but by circumstance. I floated down to the ground and let the silence stretch as Hoopa lowered behind me, slowly shrinking back into his sealed form without a word. He landed lightly at my side. Steve stepped closer from the edge of the field. Didn't go how you expected. I looked down at Hoopa, then back at Steve. No. His abilities are incomplete right now. Steve waited. He can mimic the abilities of others, I explained. Or summon others of his kind through dimensional gates. But he cannot do either. Why not? There are no Pokémon here to summon, I said. No others like him. Nothing to draw on. And no opponents to copy. Steve nodded slowly, taking that in. So he's powerful. But alone, he's limited. Correct. Hoopa hovered quietly beside me, unmoving, subdued. My friend gets stronger, I said, when more of my race are near. Steve raised an eyebrow. Your race? You mean, more like you? I nodded. So you're saying if more like you were here he'd grow stronger? Yes. Steve exhaled, folding his arms again. Hey. He was quiet a moment, then stepped fully onto the field. You know, he said, watching you two fight just now made me think. I waited. You've got power, he continued. You fly. You bend space. You fire energy like it's second nature. He looked at me squarely. But you don't know how to fight. The words weren't condescending. They weren't meant to insult. Just true. And I knew it. In Sokovia, he said, you overwhelmed Ultron with force. But it was brute force. You didn't faint. You didn't read his footwork. You didn't move with economy. He gestured at the field. It worked because no one here can stop you. But that doesn't mean you're fighting smart. I considered his words. You're saying I'm untrained. I'm saying you're untaught. He turned toward Hoopa. Same with him. Power's not everything. It's about what you do when power doesn't work. When it's not enough. I said nothing for a while. Then. I want to learn. Steve gave a small smile. Then let's start simple. Hoopa blinked and, with no cue, dropped back into sealed form quiet, waiting. Steve stepped to the center of the field and rolled his shoulders. First lesson, positioning. Doesn't matter if you can crush a mountain if you're not standing where it counts. He tapped his boot to the ground. Footwork is the foundation of everything. Even for someone who floats. I landed beside him, standing. Hoopa floated just off the ground to our left. Steve looked at both of us and drew a deep breath. All right, he said. Let's begin. Chapter 13, Lessons Without Power. The grass shifted gently beneath our feet as the first rays of sunlight broke over the horizon, spilling gold over the open field where we stood. Dew clung to each blade like 100 tiny mirrors, untouched, glimmering softly in the early light. The breeze was faint but cool, brushing against my skin and fluttering the hem of Steve's shirt as he turned to face us fully, no longer just a soldier, but a teacher. He stood with his feet shoulder-width apart, arms folded loosely behind his back. There was no armor here. No weapons. Just posture. Calm. Solid. Grounded. I stood opposite him, hovering slightly, my toes inches above the grass. Beside me, Hoopa floated as well, sealed form quiet and attentive, his golden rings orbiting slowly. His eyes were wide, watching Steve with curiosity, but he did not fidget. He simply waited. Steve looked at both of us for a moment before stepping forward and planting his foot deliberately on the ground. First things first, he said, voice even. I know you don't use your feet much. You fly. You float. You don't need traction. But we're going to start there anyway. I tilted my head. Why? Steve raised an eyebrow. Because the ground teaches you discipline. Control. If your feet are wrong, your body's wrong. If your body's wrong, your mind isn't in the fight. Doesn't matter how strong you are. You'll lose balance. And when you lose balance, you lose control, I finished, nodding slowly. Exactly. Hoopa mimicked the motion beside me, floating in place, then lightly descending until he hovered just above the ground, his small limbs tucked close. Steve stepped backward and drew 2 lines in the dirt with his boot, parallel, a few feet apart. This is your stance. Shoulders squared, knees soft, weight even. Feel the shift. I hovered a moment longer, then let my feet lower into the grass. Contact. It was unfamiliar. I didn't need the ground, I rarely chose to touch it. But now, the pressure of it beneath me, the firmness of that slight resistance, was oddly grounding. Hoopa followed suit, dropping his feet and landing lightly beside me. His rings slowed their spin. Steve took a few steps, then settled back into his stance and motioned for us to copy. I tried it. Weight forward. Knees slightly bent. Spine straight. Good, he said. Now pivot. I moved my back foot slightly. The balance was unfamiliar. I adjusted. No, don't step, pivot. Twist on the ball of your foot. I tried again. Hoopa mirrored me, his small feet mimicking the motion awkwardly. Steve stepped forward. Here. Like this. He turned slightly, fluidly. His weight shifted, but his center stayed still. That's the base. Everything else builds on that. We practiced that motion for several minutes. Pivot. Return. Balance. Reset. Hoopa picked it up faster than expected. His body was small, but his movements adapted with uncanny smoothness. He wasn't just copying, he was absorbing. Matching rhythm. I found myself doing the same. The simplicity of it, the repetitive structure allowed for focus. For efficiency. I adjusted less and less as time passed. By the 10th repetition, my feet barely made noise. My stance remained solid. Steve watched us quietly. "You're fast learners," he said finally. "We remember patterns," I replied. "Quickly." "Good." He stepped forward again, then raised both hands in a loose, defensive position. "Next is basic guard." He demonstrated fists raised, one slightly ahead of the other, elbows close. "This isn't about punching. Not yet. It's about posture. Covering your head, protecting your center line." Hoopa lifted his tiny arms, imitating the pose. It looked almost comical, his body was so small, but the intention was clear. I lifted mine as well, mirroring Steve's angle. My psychic instincts told me where he would strike if he were hostile. My eyes watched his feet, his shoulders, his weight. He saw it. "You're reading me already." "I have to," I said. "Good instinct. But right now, this is about discipline, not prediction. You read too far ahead, you'll miss what's right in front of you." That struck me more than I expected. I lowered my guard slightly, adjusted my stance again. Steve circled once. "Now, forward step. Guard up. Keep your lead foot light." We moved. The grass crunched softly beneath our feet as we advanced in short, controlled bursts. Hoopa stumbled once, then corrected. His rings buzzed, then settled. Steve nodded. "Again." We repeated the steps. Turn. Step. Pivot. Guard. And then again. And again. Minutes passed. Time slowed. There was something oddly centering about it. The absence of overwhelming power. The restraint. The weight of the body. The simplicity of motion. Hoopa grew more confident. He danced lightly on the tips of his feet now, mimicking Steve's steps with playful precision. I followed, slower but steadier. The balance felt more natural now. The posture less forced. There was no need for power here. Only control. Precision. Focus. Steve broke the rhythm suddenly by stepping into my range and tapping my shoulder. React. I blocked, raising an elbow and shifting my stance. "Too slow," he said. "Again." He jabbed lightly. I blocked. "Better. But you're thinking about it too much." He turned to Hoopa. "Your turn." Hoopa flared slightly, floating up, then back down, and raised both arms. Steve stepped toward him slowly, then feinted right. Hoopa overcommit. Steve didn't strike, he just nodded. "See? You read too far. Stay in the moment." Hoopa let out a tiny hum, adjusted, then squared his stance again. We continued for nearly an hour. Step. Guard. Block. Pivot. React. No powers. No energy blasts. Just movement. When the sun had fully risen and the grass steamed with warmth, Steve finally dropped his stance. "That's enough for today." I lowered my arms, surprised to feel fatigue. Not physical, but mental. Not from the complexity. From the simplicity. Steve folded his arms again, smiling faintly. "You two did better than most humans do on their first week." Hoopa twirled in place happily, clearly pleased with himself. I exhaled quietly and looked down at my hands. "They're still weak," I said. "He has no other Pokémon. No one to copy." Steve tilted his head. "That might be true. But now he knows how to move." I nodded once. "And so do I." We stood there a while longer, breathing in the clean morning air, the grass beneath our feet grounding us in a world where for now there was no war. No Ultron. No threats. Just training. Chapter 14, Recognized Strength. The sunlight had fully crested now, casting long gold bars across the training field. The morning dew had burned away, leaving the grass dry beneath our feet. Hoopa floated gently beside me, twirling in a lazy circle, his smaller form rotating slowly with a faint hum. I stood still, absorbing the lingering weight of Steve's instruction, not as a warrior but as a student. Steve paced slowly in front of us, arms behind his back. "All right," he said, "next time we'll get into angles and pressure points. Maybe even some sparring drills." Hoopa perked up slightly, his eyes wide with curiosity. I said nothing, but nodded once. My muscles, though I rarely used them in the traditional sense, still felt the demand of the repetition. Not exhaustion, but friction. That was new. Before Steve could continue, the sound of jet propulsion roared overhead. A sleek red and gold streak sliced through the air above the trees, circling once before descending rapidly toward us. The familiar whine of repulsors echoed through the field as the Iron Man suit flared its landing thrusters, dirt kicking up in a low arc as Tony Stark landed with theatrical flair. The helmet slid back with a mechanical hiss, revealing Tony's face slightly disheveled, hair wind-tossed, but unmistakably alert. "Well," he said, scanning the three of us, "either I just missed an alien invasion or I'm looking at the weirdest boot camp in history." Steve didn't turn around. "Morning, Tony." "Is it?" Tony said, stepping forward. "Because from my sensors, it looks like the two most powerful aliens in this building have been doing, what? Wind sprints." He stopped beside us, giving Hoopa a look. "You again?" Hoopa waved. Tony raised an eyebrow, then looked to me. "You teach him that?" "No," I said. "He learned by observation." Tony blinked. "Great. So now we've got a psychic sponge and a living Rubik's Cube. What's next? Interpretive dance?" Steve turned finally. "They're learning fast." Tony looked at the ground, then at Steve. "Wait, you're teaching them?" "Yes. You're teaching them to fight." Steve gave him a look. "Do you see anyone else volunteering?" Tony held up his hands. "Hey, I'm just impressed. Not complaining. Just surprised." He turned to me again, stepping closer, arms crossed. "All right, I'll bite. Why are you training in hand-to-hand when you can literally blink a tank into a pretzel?" I met his gaze without blinking. "Because raw power is not precision. And power without form invites chaos." Tony squinted. "You've been reading Thor's poetry again." Steve smirked slightly. I continued. "Steve is right. My abilities allowed me to win. But I was not fighting, I was overpowering." Hoopa nodded in agreement, spinning once like a gymnast trying to emphasize the point. Tony scratched his chin. "Well, okay. I'll give it to you. If you're both learning that fast, maybe you won't break the tower next time you sneeze." He looked to Steve. "So, what, you're giving them daily lessons now?" Steve nodded. "Every morning. Basics first. Then we build." Tony glanced around the field, clearly running some mental calculations. That actually gives me an idea." Steve raised an eyebrow. "Which is?" Tony pointed at both me and Hoopa. "You ever consider letting them spar with the rest of us?" Steve didn't flinch. "Eventually. I'm serious. It's one thing to practice footwork. It's another to read an opponent under pressure. Controlled sparring. No weapons. No repulsors. Just reflex." He turned to me. "You up for that?" I didn't answer immediately. Hoopa looked up at me, eyes sparkling with eager curiosity. Sparring would be informative. Pressure would reveal weaknesses, patterns, limits. I nodded. Steve gave Tony a look. You're not going to bring the whole roster in at once, are you? What? Me? Tony held a hand over his heart. Captain, I'm hurt. Steve wasn't convinced. Just the core team. No Hulk. Tony grinned. No promises. I spoke again. When? Tony glanced at his wrist, tapped his suit's holographic interface. Let's say, 3 days. Gives you time to warm up. Gives me time to convince Natasha this isn't a suicide mission. Hoopa twirled midair, clearly pleased by the idea. His rings sparked faintly. Steve nodded. 3 days, then. I'll prep the field. Tony gave one last glance around and then took a step back, repulsors flaring. All right, campers. I've got a coffee to drink and a meeting to ignore. Keep doing your punchy kicky stuff. The helmet snapped back over his head with a hiss, and a moment later, Iron Man lifted off the ground and vanished into the blue. Silence returned. Steve turned to me. You sure you're ready for that? I need to be. He gave a nod. Then tomorrow, we start on sparring prep. Basic blocks. Distance control. Reading the shoulders. I looked down at Hoopa, who floated calmly, no longer spinning. He stared up at me, no fear, just trust. I will teach him as well, I said. What you teach me? Steve's expression softened slightly. Good. We stood there a moment longer, in the middle of a field warmed by sun and sweat, surrounded by the echo of future challenges. And I realized. For the first time, this wasn't just training. It was foundation. Chapter 15, Echoes of the Moment. The field was quiet again the next morning, but this time, it wasn't empty. Steve stood in the center, arms crossed, his stance firm as ever. He wore training fatigues this time, no shield, no armor, just the simplicity of a teacher prepared to work. The sun had only just begun to rise, washing the eastern sky in shades of pale rose and gold. The grass was still wet beneath our feet, a faint mist rolling low across the training ground. I stood to his left. Hoopa floated to my right. The silence between us wasn't awkward, it was focused. Intentional. Steve broke it with a sharp nod. All right. Yesterday we talked movement. Posture. Guard. He stepped forward, slowly circling around us. Today's about deception. Feints. Timing. You won't win by being stronger. You win by making the other person act at the wrong time. Hoopa spun slightly in place, his rings flickering faintly with excitement. I said nothing, but my mind was already reaching ahead, considering angles, footwork, how momentum played against instinct. I had power. But Steve's words still echoed, overpowering isn't fighting. Steve stopped, gesturing toward the center of the field. You two face off. Hoopa floated forward, his body straightening into a stance we'd practiced yesterday. 1 foot forward, arms up. His eyes fixed on me with calm intent. I stepped in turn, planting my feet with more certainty than yesterday. I didn't hover. I didn't rely on my psychic balance. I stood like a fighter. Keep it clean, Steve said. No energy attacks. No rings. No teleporting. Just reaction. Reading. Timing. Hoopa bobbed slightly in the air. I gave him a single nod. Then we moved. Hoopa darted forward, arm raised. A straight jab, simple. I slid to the left and brought my guard up, absorbing the movement. No power, just a tap of contact. I countered with a faint left hook, not to hit, but to force him to shift. He did backstepping instinctively. I followed with a forward advance, hand raised. And he twisted, dropping low and trying to tag my side. I stepped back. Fast. Steve called out. Good. But you're watching too far ahead, Mewtwo. React to what is, not what might be. I adjusted. Slowed my perception. Watched Hoopa's shoulders, not his limbs. He rose again, turning his small body sideways, angling for another darting strike. I held firm. Waited. His left shoulder twitched. I moved in. Feint. He flicked right instead, aiming for my flank, but this time I caught it, blocking with my elbow and pivoting my weight to the opposite foot. The contact was light, but precise. Steve's voice cut in. Perfect. You saw the shoulder telegraph. That's what I'm talking about. Hoopa floated back, smiling slightly. I narrowed my stance and raised my hands again. He came again, this time more aggressively, 2 light jabs aimed toward my head. I ducked under the first, blocked the second, then countered with a forward step and a shoulder check. Hoopa spun backward, caught himself in the air, and landed lightly, adjusting. Steve stepped in. Freeze. We stopped. He walked between us, pointing to the space between our stances. This, he said, is where most fights are won or lost. Not here, he gestured to our fists, but here. He pointed at our feet. Spacing, timing, and understanding your opponent's rhythm. That's what makes the difference. I looked down. Hoopa did the same. The grass was disturbed but not damaged. Our movements had been contained. Precise. We had adapted. Steve motioned for us to reset. Again. We took our places. This time, the pace increased. Hoopa's small frame darted side to side, bouncing gently in place. He wasn't just reacting anymore, he was testing. Trying to lure me in. He moved left, then twisted sharply right, elbow rising. I didn't move. It wasn't real. Feint. He landed and immediately shifted momentum, actually striking from the left with a palm strike that caught me gently on the shoulder. I took the hit, smiled faintly, and circled. Better, Steve called. You both read each other faster that time. We moved again. I advanced with 2 quick steps, throwing a high fake, then ducked low. Hoopa flinched upward, and I tapped his midsection with my palm. He blinked, surprised. Steve clapped once. That's what I'm talking about. The next 30 minutes blurred into drills. No words, just motion. Steve called corrections as needed. Most of the time, he didn't have to. We were learning each other. My range. His timing. The subtle ways our minds mirrored the fight. Hoopa adapted like flowing water. Every missed block became a proper one the next time. Every failed angle corrected in minutes. I mirrored that. Not because I needed to, but because I wanted to. There was something honest in this. No overwhelming psychic force. No dimensional rifts. No domination. Just skill. Just reaction. We moved until sweat collected on Steve's brow, though he hadn't thrown a single punch. He watched with sharp, quiet satisfaction. Finally, he raised his hand. Break. I stepped back, lowering my guard, breathing evenly. Hoopa let out a long exhale, slowly spinning in place, his energy calming. Steve approached, nodding. You're both picking this up faster than any human could. I tilted my head. We process information differently. Maybe, Steve said, but you're choosing to process it. That matters. I looked at Hoopa, who hovered beside me again. The rings around his body glowed faintly, not from power, but satisfaction. I think, I said slowly, he enjoyed it. Steve chuckled. You both did. The field returned to silence, but it wasn't the stillness of inactivity. It was the silence that followed something earned. Something built. Foundation, again, but now with form. Steve stretched his arms. Tomorrow distance control. After that? Evasion under pressure. You're not just learning to strike. You're learning to endure. I nodded. We'll be here. He turned and walked off toward the tower. Hoopa floated beside me, silent, glowing faintly. And for the first time in this strange world of metal suits and soldiers and gods, I felt something quiet settle in my mind. Not purpose, but progress. MCU, what if I am reborn as Mewtwo? Chapter 16, No Powers, No Excuses. The morning sun was bright and clear, casting sharp shadows across the open training field. Today wasn't quiet. Not like before. There were people now, dozens of them. Shield personnel stood off to the sides, watching behind secure lines. A few Avengers milled about, some stretching, some chatting, and others already throwing practice punches into the air. The energy was different. Focused, but light. Controlled anticipation. At the center of it all stood Steve Rogers, clipboard in hand, giving brief nods and quiet instructions to everyone he passed. His expression was serious, but there was the faintest hint of pride beneath the surface. I stood near the edge of the sparring area, Hoopa floating beside me in sealed form. His rings spun slowly, as if matching the calm rhythm of my thoughts. He was silent, but his posture was straight. Focused. Tony had apparently hyped today up as the first official friendly field match between Earth's defenders and our new off-world allies. I wasn't sure what to make of that phrasing. Still, I understood the importance. This wasn't about domination or display. This was trust. Trial. Integration. Proof. Steve approached, dressed in a sleeveless tactical shirt and cargo pants, clipboard under his arm. You're up next, he said. Natasha and Sam are waiting on the field. I nodded. Understood. Remember, no powers. None. I know. No telekinesis. No precognition. No tricks. I understand. He glanced at Hoopa. Same goes for your friend. Hoopa blinked once, then nodded. Steve's expression softened just slightly. You've both been training hard. This will test everything you've practiced. I stepped forward. We're ready. We followed him to the center of the field. Two figures already stood waiting. Natasha Romanoff, stoic, calm, her red hair tied back in a tight braid. Dressed in a black compression suit with padded gloves, she stood like a coiled spring, completely in control of every inch of her body. Beside her, Sam Wilson, broad-shouldered, sleeves rolled up, no wings today. Just his fists and footwork. He bounced slightly on the balls of his feet, loose and ready. They both looked at me, not with hostility, but with assessment. Natasha offered a nod. You two ready? Hoopa floated forward. I replied for both of us. Yes. Steve stepped between us, raising one hand. No powers. No flying. No rings. No psychic sensing. This is a sparring match, nothing more. He pointed at the chalked-out boundary in the grass. You're in until you're knocked down, pushed out, or can't defend yourself. Sam grinned. So, basically Tuesday. Natasha didn't smile. Let's get on with it. Steve dropped his hand. Begin. The world narrowed. Natasha stepped forward first, fast and smooth, her eyes fixed not on me but on Hoopa. Interesting. Sam moved left, circling wide. They were trying to separate us. Hoopa floated down, touching the grass. His stance was tight. Guard raised. He remembered the drills. I stayed close, stepping lightly. My balance held. Natasha feinted, then spun her leg sweeping low. Hoopa jumped. Sam came from the side aiming straight at me with a forward dash and jab combination. I blocked the first. The second grazed my forearm. His speed was well-trained, predictable, but efficient. I stepped back. Maintained posture. Hoopa clashed with Natasha, now her movements fast and unrelenting. She was smaller, but her strikes were surgical. Hoopa blocked, but not cleanly. Her palm landed against his shoulder and knocked him slightly off balance. He didn't fall. Good. I stepped forward to intercept Sam, trading a simple jab for a low sweep. He jumped it, pivoted midair, and came back with a palm strike that I caught and twisted. He broke free with practiced ease. Natasha pressed harder now, forcing Hoopa toward the edge. Hoopa backpedaled, then pivoted, a move we'd practiced. She overstepped. I darted in, cutting between them just enough to give Hoopa a second of space. He recovered, stepped behind me, and we turned back to back. The humans regrouped. Sam gave a light smirk. Not bad. You two trainin' with Steve or reading his autobiography? Hoopa said nothing. His rings buzzed faintly, not glowing, just reacting to movement. I spoke evenly. We learn fast. Natasha tilted her head. Let's see how fast. They came again. This time, the flurry was harder. Faster. Natasha ducked low and came for my legs, trying to destabilize me. Sam jabbed high. I blocked both barely. My foot slid an inch. I adjusted. Hoopa took Sam, now his small frame dipping under a punch, then tapping Sam's leg with a sharp palm. It wasn't strong, but it was well placed. Sam stumbled. Natasha was relentless. Her leg caught my hip, almost swept me. I caught her wrist before she pulled away, twisted slightly, and then let go. No force. Just control. She backed off, her eyes sharper now. Sam rejoined her, brushing dust from his elbow. This is weird, he muttered. What? Natasha asked. He gestured to me. That thing's got better footwork than me. You said that last time we fought Bucky. Yeah, and I meant it then too. They circled. I adjusted my stance again. Hoopa flanked to my left. It was subtle, but we moved in sync now. My body shifted a half-second before his. His guard lifted when mine did. Not power. Not commands. Just learned rhythm. Natasha moved. And so did we. She feinted left. I stepped into her path. Hoopa blocked Sam's punch, redirected it downward, then tapped his chest. Contact. Clean. Sam grunted. Hoopa jumped back. Steve's voice called out. Break. We froze. Breathing slowed. I stood straight. Hoopa dropped his guard. Natasha and Sam stepped back, both sweat slicked but steady. Steve walked onto the field again. That's enough. He looked at all four of us, then nodded once. Clear win. Mewtwo and Hoopa. Hoopa's eyes lit up. I said nothing. Steve turned to Natasha and Sam. Any complaints? Sam shook his head, smirking. Nope. They earned it. Natasha didn't smile. But she did nod. They adapted well. Steve looked back at me. You didn't rely on anything but training. That's how I know you're serious. I inclined my head. We are. The other Avengers began to gather: Wanda, Tony, Bruce, Clint. They'd watched, silently, respectfully. Now they murmured amongst themselves. Tony raised a brow. All right, all right. So the weird cat alien and the jewelry ghost beat our best combo. Anyone else feel nervous? Wanda smiled faintly. I think it's promising. Clint said, I just want to know if the little one can juggle. Hoopa blinked at him. Steve spoke once more. We'll be rotating matches over the next week. But I think we all agree these two aren't just visitors. He looked to me. They're Avengers. For the first time, I felt something I hadn't since arriving. Not suspicion. Not tolerance. Recognition. Chapter 17, Skyborn Lies. Evening had begun to settle over Avengers Tower, casting long, copper-colored shadows through the high glass panes of the lounge. From the floor-to-ceiling windows, the skyline shimmered with scattered lights. Below, the city moved with its usual rhythm, unaware, unconcerned. Inside my private chamber, all was still. Hoopa floated near the crystal again, its curved surface resting on the raised metal pedestal Stark had installed per my request. The once violet gem had dimmed slightly, requiring more of my psychic energy to glow. I had not yet fully understood its limits, nor its depth. Hoopa, however, remained fascinated. He hovered closer now, small fingers brushing the crystal's surface, rings spinning slowly around his arms. I watched from the corner, seated with legs crossed, my breathing steady. I hadn't infused the crystal with energy today, it needed rest as much as I did. But Hoopa's curiosity seemed persistent. His eyes flicked toward me. Hoopa, I said quietly. Be mindful. He looked back to the crystal, hesitating for only a breath. Then the light changed. It started low, just a shimmer in the deepest curve of the gem, like starlight flickering behind smoke. Then a pulse, soft but distinct, rippled through the metal floor. Hoopa's rings flared to life. He didn't ask permission. He moved his hands outward, the way I had done. His body glowed faintly with psychic aura. Not as strong as mine, but connected. The crystal brightened, first blue, then green, then gold. Hoopa, stop! But it was too late. The room shuddered as the crystal pulsed again, brighter now, violently bright. From the air itself, a storm began to swirl. Not weather, but energy. The air fractured like glass, and through the broken seams, something massive began to form. Long, serpentine. Scaled in black and acid green, its coils shimmering like armor. A tail longer than the chamber was wide. Two fierce, golden eyes blinked open, and the creature coalesced fully with a sudden crash of light. Rayquaza! The chamber groaned. I stood instantly, rising with psychic propulsion to hover eye level with the creature's rising form. It stretched, opened its jaws and let out a silent, flickering roar that shook the walls. Hoopa floated back, eyes wide. He said nothing, but I could feel the emotion radiating off him. Pride. Admiration. Success. The room's alert system triggered. Seconds later, the walls hissed open and Tony Stark's voice called out. All right, which one of you decided to open a kaiju daycare in my tower? He stepped through, mask retracted, a look of disbelief washing over his face. What the hell is that? Rayquaza turned slowly, eyes narrowing at the new presence but not acting aggressively. I lowered myself to the ground, standing between Tony and the beast. This, I said calmly, is another one of our kind. Tony blinked. Excuse me. His name is Rayquaza. He is, from our home world. Hoopa floated beside me and nodded quickly, clearly ready to follow the lead. Tony's gaze darted between us, then up at the massive, ceiling-grazing dragon. That's from your planet? Yes, I said. We summoned him here in the same way I arrived. Tony narrowed his eyes. You summoned him? Why now? It was time, I said, lying with a precision honed by necessity. He is important to our balance. Our kind draw strength from unity. Tony looked at the crystal, still glowing faintly in its socket. That's the same stone I couldn't analyze, right? Yes. And it's not going to blow up my building. No. A pause. Tony sighed. Great. Another skyscraper scratching alien snake. Can we keep this one off the roof? Just then, heavy boots sounded down the corridor. Steve Rogers entered the room, clearly having heard the alarm. His eyes met mine first, then shifted to Rayquaza towering in the middle of the chamber. He didn't flinch. He just walked forward. Another one? He asked, calm as ever. Yes, I replied. Tony threw up his hands. You're all acting like this is normal. Why is everyone suddenly okay with Snakezilla over here? Steve didn't break stride. It's happened before. Tony turned. What happened before? Steve stopped beside me, crossing his arms. More of them showing up. It happened before. It'll happen again. Tony looked from Steve to me to Hoopa, then back to Rayquaza who was now slowly coiling in midair, his breathing steady and slow. Tony sighed again. You know what? Fine. You win. One more alien dragon. But we're going to need a much bigger parking garage. He turned on his heel, muttering as he walked. This place is starting to look like a Pokemon gym. When he was gone, the chamber quieted again. Steve turned to me. You good? Yes. You handled that well. I didn't expect Hoopa to act on his own. Steve glanced at the crystal. He's learning from you. Fast. I looked up at Rayquaza, who now hovered silently, watchful but not hostile. Yes. Too fast, perhaps. Hoopa floated near me again, staying close, his eyes now less triumphant. He understood the tension. I let the silence linger. Then turned toward the beast I had not planned to make. Rayquaza stared back. And though he was mine, made by me through power I barely understood, I felt a weight settle on my thoughts. Not fear, but the realization that the line between summon and creation was growing thin. Chapter 18, The Number Unknown. The dawn that followed was still and pale, casting a soft gold light across the grounds behind Avengers Tower. The training field, now well worn from the past week's use, stood empty save for the early stirring of birds overhead and the slow sweep of wind through the grass. Dew clung to the blades, shimmering in silence. I stood near the edge of the field, cloaked in thought. The air was crisp. My tail twitched slightly with each breath. Behind me, Rayquaza floated slowly in a large, high-clearance hangar bay Stark had reinforced overnight. Even for someone as stubborn as Tony, he'd accepted for now that the Sky Serpent would remain near. Rayquaza was not like Hoopa. He did not chatter, nor did he seek attention. He simply hovered, eternally aware, a weapon forged in the heavens, now held in check only by my will. And he obeyed. Completely. That was what concerned me. I had not asked for obedience. I had not demanded loyalty. Yet it had come as if built into their very existence. From behind, footsteps approached heavy but measured. Steve Rogers stopped beside me, silent at first. He crossed his arms, watching the serpent drift like a quiet storm across the sky. He hasn't moved from that spot since last night, Steve said quietly. No, I replied. He awaits instruction. Steve nodded slowly. That one, he's not like Hoopa. No. Feels older. He is, I said. There was a pause, long and pensive. The wind picked up slightly, rustling Steve's jacket. He turned his head slightly to look at me. So how many more like him are out there? I didn't respond immediately. I studied the grass at our feet, then the horizon, then the clouds Rayquaza was drifting through. Eventually, I spoke. I do not know the exact number. Steve waited, giving me space. I looked him in the eye. Maybe 10. Maybe fewer. But I suspect at least that many more may come. Steve's brows furrowed. You suspect? I nodded once. The crystal, it responds to intent, to energy. Hoopa used it on his own. If he could, so could others. The power exists, it is simply a matter of reaching it. Steve exhaled slowly, processing. And they'll all be like him. He gestured upward at the sky serpent overhead. Obedient. Yes, I said, my voice calm and certain. They are born to follow. Not out of fear. Not even out of design. But from some internal truth. Steve's jaw tightened a little. That doesn't sound like freedom. It is not a prison, I said. It is purpose. Loyalty without leash. Direction without control. He looked away for a moment, absorbing my words. So they'll all follow you? Yes. He turned back to me, more serious now. You understand what that means, right? 10 more beings like that one? With power beyond anything we've seen, even Thor. I raised a hand, gently. I do not seek war, Steve. I didn't say you did. I was brought here without consent. I do not intend to impose myself. But if I am to exist here, I must understand what I am capable of. Steve's face softened slightly. That's what this is about, he asked. Understanding. I nodded again. Yes. I did not choose to arrive in this world. But I can choose how I shape it. He looked back to Rayquaza, who hovered still, his eyes closed, meditating high in the sky. You're building a family. That gave me pause. The word lingered in the air like a note struck too sharply on a quiet string. Family. I do not know if that word fits, I admitted. But I care for them. Steve gave a small smile. That's close enough. We stood in silence for a while, watching as the sun rose fully. Light bathed Rayquaza's coils, glinting off his scales like emerald fire. Eventually, Steve spoke again. You planning on summoning the others? No. Not unless I must. But you could. Yes. He nodded slowly, accepting that for what it was. I trust you, he said. I blinked, looking to him. Why? He shrugged. Because you've been honest. Because you train with us. Because I've seen what you choose to do with your strength. You're not ruling. You're learning. I was quiet for a moment, then said softly, I fear what I may become. Then that's exactly why you won't become it, he said, voice firm. He clapped a hand gently to my shoulder, then turned, walking back toward the tower. You coming? He called over his shoulder. In a moment. When he was gone, I turned my gaze skyward again. Rayquaza opened one eye. We looked at each other without words. And I wondered. If 10 more came, would I still call this peace? Or simply a new kind of power? Chapter 19, A Place of Their Own. The day began still, clear skies stretched above the compound's outskirts, a rare moment of peace after the past few days of discovery and revelation. Birds drifted lazily across the horizon. The city behind us was distant enough to feel like another world entirely. Muffled. uninterested. I stood in the garden that wrapped around the eastern wing of Avengers Tower. The space was small, enclosed, but green manicured lawns, artificial streams, stone benches. A simulacrum of nature within steel. Hoopa floated nearby in his sealed form, silent for once. His rings weren't spinning. His hands were clasped in front of him, fingers fidgeting lightly, as if collecting the courage to speak. I waited. He hovered closer, voice barely above a whisper. "Can we build a place?" I turned to him. He looked up at me, eyes wide. There was no pride in them this time. No mischief. Only vulnerability. "A place," I repeated. He nodded. "Not here. Not inside buildings. Outside. Far away." He hesitated. "For us." There was no doubt what he meant. Not just him and I. For the others that might come. Rayquaza. Those still unborn or hidden within the crystal's power. Beings tied to me by force of will, by nature I still barely understood. "A sanctuary." "A sanctuary," I said aloud. "Yes." He looked uncertain. "Do you think they'll let us?" I stepped forward, placing a hand on his head gently. His expression steadied beneath my touch. "They might. If we ask." "Who do we ask?" I turned toward the tower, toward the inner courtyard where I knew Steve would be at this hour. He maintained a strict schedule: training at sunrise, strategy review before noon, and observation during lunch patrol rotations. Reliable. Predictable. I looked back at Hoopa. "Come." We moved through the compound quietly. Hoopa floated beside me like a shadow, rings tucked in tight. No tricks. No movement. Just anticipation. Steve was in the lower court, speaking with a few SHIELD agents. He stood near a layout table, holograms flickering beside him: maps, resource grids, energy signals. Tactical minutiae. I waited until he finished his point before stepping forward. He noticed me immediately and gave a slight nod. "Morning, Steve," I said, calm and direct, "we need your help." He straightened. "What kind of help?" I glanced to Hoopa, then back. "A place. Away from the city. Remote. Open. One we can shape ourselves." Steve furrowed his brow. "For what?" "A sanctuary," I replied. "For those like me. Like Hoopa. For others who may come." Steve looked at me closely, gauging intent. "Are you planning to leave the team?" he asked. "No. I will return. But I cannot ask those who follow me to live inside steel walls. We are not human. Not in body or in mind." He nodded, slowly. "You want somewhere you can exist as yourselves?" "Yes." He thought about it. "Do you know where?" "No," I admitted. "But I thought you might walk with us." Steve glanced around, then nodded once. "All right." We moved together, the three of us. Across the courtyard, through the lower gate, up the slope that overlooked the hangar and landing bays. Tony was there. Of course. He stood near a metal scaffold, gesturing animatedly at a line of drones installing a new sensor relay. Friday chimed in his ear as he paced, issuing corrections and snide remarks to no one in particular. "Tony," I said. He paused, mid-sentence. "Oh great! Another cosmic request. What's it this time?" "Sunlight-proof armor for the Sky Lizard." Steve chuckled. I stepped forward. "We need your help." Tony raised an eyebrow, turning to face me fully. "Define help." I gestured outward, toward the open land that stretched beyond the tower's perimeter. "A place," I said. Far from the city. Private. Untouched. He blinked. For a vacation home. A sanctuary. A refuge. Tony tilted his head. You planning to raise a Pokemon zoo? Not a zoo. A home. His sarcasm faded slightly at my tone. Steve spoke up next. It's not a bad idea, Tony. Think of it as an embassy. Somewhere they can be what they are without anyone panicking. Tony glanced between the two of us. So you want land? And construction support? Yes, I said. You know I'm not a real estate agent, right? Stark, Steve said evenly. You've built cities in less time. Tony gave a long sigh, but I could already see his mind working. That twitch in his brow, that slight smirk forming on his lip. You got specs? No. Only needs, I said. Space. Peace. And freedom. He gave a long hum. You're lucky I've been working on those adaptive drone swarms. I could sketch something out in a few hours. Hoopa perked up. Tony pointed at him. And no giant snake gods flying around without clearance. We clear on that? Hoopa nodded quickly. Tony looked at me again. You vouch for him? I do. He gave a nod, then turned. All right. Let's go pick out a mountain. I blinked. You're agreeing? I'm agreeing, he said. But I'm designing it. Steve smiled faintly. Compromise. That's new. Tony pointed a finger at him. Don't ruin it. We began walking, side by side now, Tony pulling up holographic maps, Steve offering logistical insight, Hoopa floating beside me with that rare, quiet gratitude in his eyes. And I felt something new stir beneath my core. Not just power. Not just purpose. But permanence. A place to call ours. Chapter 20, Foundations of a Sanctuary. The sun rose over a remote stretch of wilderness miles from the city, far beyond the Avengers Tower's reinforced walls. Rolling hills spread beneath a sky of pale blue, unmarred by buildings, untouched by roads. A wild wind moved across the grasslands, bending tall stalks like waves on an unseen sea. The land breathed freely here, and for the first time in many days, so did I. Tony stood a few feet ahead, one hand shielding his eyes from the glare as he surveyed the valley below. This is your idea of a backyard, he muttered. Beside him, Steve folded his arms and nodded once. It's secluded. No satellites in range. And far enough from any major populations. Yet, it's also 100 miles from the nearest electric grid, Tony muttered. But sure. Rustic charm. I stepped forward, letting the breeze ripple over me. Hoopa floated just behind, quiet and still. This is suitable, I said. It must be untouched. Free from disturbance. Tony turned, adjusting his sunglasses. All right, you're the client. Let's talk specs. With a flick of his wrist, he activated a set of floating holograms, blueprints unrolled midair, blank grids awaiting input. You said you need zones. Walk me through it. I took a slow breath, thinking carefully. There must be multiple areas. Divided by environment. Habitats. Zones. For them, I said. The ones to come. Different sizes. Different needs. Tony tapped at the projection, creating a series of rectangles. Give me categories. Terrestrial. Aquatic. Aerial. Massive. He paused. Massive. I turned slightly, and as if on cue, Rayquaza, who had been circling silently overhead, began to descend. The wind roared as the massive green serpent dipped low, his body twisting through the air like a storm-given form. His presence was commanding, majestic, and in every sense of the word massive. Tony stared, then slowly looked at me. How big are we talking? I looked up at Rayquaza, his long form casting a deep shadow across the clearing. Tony followed my gaze, eyes trailing the impossible length of scales, fangs, and ridged power. His mouth opened slightly, closed again, and then he sighed. Right, he muttered. That big. He began rapidly modifying the blueprint, extending dimensions, recalculating support structures, deploying engineering markers through his AI. All right, we'll need reinforced sub-foundation panels. Hollow core towers for perched zones. Hydraulics to scale shifting terrain for anything that big moving around. You'll want a geothermal buffer for structural stabilization. You understand, I said quietly. Oh, I understand this is going to cost more than the last 5 Avengers missions combined, he shot back. But sure. Why not? Let's keep building Jurassic Park, Sky Edition. Steve smirked faintly. What about containment? Tony asked. I turned to him. There is no containment. He paused. Then how do you keep them from flying off and accidentally leveling, say, Canada? They obey me. You keep saying that like it's supposed to make me less nervous. I didn't respond. Hoopa floated forward, gesturing toward the blueprints with one ring. There should be tunnels, Hoopa said. Underneath. Secret ones. For me. Tony glanced at him. Secret tunnels. Hoopa nodded. In case of danger. Tony sighed. Fine. Subterranean escape corridors. Adding them now. He looked over at me. Anything else? Volcanoes? Psychic massage chambers? You want a waterfall made of plasma? I considered. A training arena. Tony blinked. A what? A space, I said, where we can hone our skills. Learn tactics. Coordinate movement. Right. You want a danger room? No, I said calmly. I want a place where no one else can get hurt when we unleash our full power. That shut him up for a moment. He adjusted the plan again. All right. Off-grid power, reinforced seismic anchors, echo-mitigating walls, and multi-angle stress diffusers. We'll bury it into the mountain face on the far end. He tapped his chest. Friday, mark that as the forge. Marked, the AI responded in his ear. Steve walked up beside him, peering at the growing plans. You've got all this ready? Tony smirked. You think I wasn't working on off-world expansion modules? Come on. This is my side hustle. I watched the image expand, green space interspersed with dense forest, hills dotted with minimal structures built into the terrain rather than above it. It was not a fortress. It was a refuge. Construction starts tomorrow, Tony said. And it'll take time. Even with drones. You'll need to start defining where each being will rest. I will, I said. Once they arrive. He looked at me. I looked back. No lies. They would come. Hoopa's rings spun again, faster this time, and he twirled in the air with a small laugh. Steve glanced over. He seems happy. He is, I said. He understands what this means. What does it mean? Steve asked. I looked at the growing sanctuary, still only a plan, but soon to be real. It means we are no longer temporary, I said. We are part of this world now. Rayquaza let out a slow, guttural exhale above us, his coils shifting as he rose again into the clouds. A shadow overhead. A promise in the sky. And I stood in the wind with nothing to hide, watching the foundation of my kind's future unfold. Chapter 21, Strength in Motion. The morning air was cool and thin, drifting lazily through the hills that would soon be reshaped into the sanctuary. It was early. Drones had not yet begun their rounds, and Tony's voice hadn't crackled across the comms since dawn. A moment of peace. Of stillness. I stood near the edge of the clearing, where low grasses rippled against the exposed stone beneath the slope. Rayquaza was already high above, a distant thread through the morning mist. The construction drones sat idle along the ridgeline, awaiting instructions. But today, I gave none. Instead, I watched. Steve Rogers stood in the field, sleeves rolled up, his stance relaxed yet precise. Hoopa floated a few feet away from him, sealed form hovering uncertainly over the ground, arms crossed, eyes narrowed in nervous determination. "You sure about this?" Steve asked, nodding toward the open stretch of uneven terrain. "I must learn," Hoopa said. "If I want to be strong like Mewtwo." I said nothing, but watched carefully. Steve gave a short breath through his nose. "All right. First rule of movement training, no floating." Hoopa blinked. "What?" "No floating," Steve repeated. "You're not gonna build stamina if your feet never touch the ground." "But I always float. And that's why we're starting now." He pointed to the ground. "Land." Hoopa hesitated, then lowered slowly, his rings shrinking slightly as he touched down. His tiny legs wobbled uncertainly beneath him. Steve walked a slow circle around him. "You've got power, I'll give you that. But if you fall over every time a breeze hits you, that won't mean much in a fight. Power without stability is just noise." Hoopa frowned. "I am not noise." "No. But you've got to prove it." Steve stepped back and gestured toward the slope. "All right. From this spot to the far boulder. No floating. No teleporting. Just run." Hoopa glanced at the distance. It wasn't far, maybe 40 yards, but the terrain was uneven. Dirt, patches of stone, tufts of grass that concealed shallow dips. "I don't really run," he muttered. "Start learning," Steve said. Hoopa gulped, bent his knees, and launched forward. The first few steps were promising if awkward. His gait was strange, knees too high, arms out for balance, rings jostling slightly as his body adjusted to gravity's full pull. His third step struck a rock, and he tumbled forward with a shriek, rolling twice and landing face first in a patch of moss. Steve walked over, slow and patient. "You all right?" Hoopa groaned. Steve helped him up. "Good. Do it again." "I fell." "You did," Steve said. "And now you'll fall less." I stepped forward slightly, curious. "He's not built for this." "No one's built for it at first," Steve replied. "He can learn. Just like anyone else." Hoopa looked at me. I met his eyes. "Go again." And he did. This time, he made it 10 steps before stumbling. Steve helped him up again. Then 20. Then 30. Each fall was met with a grimace, a groan, and then, eventually, a grin. "You're laughing?" Steve asked, surprised. Hoopa panted. "It's fun." "Good," Steve said, nodding. "Then keep going." An hour passed. Then another. The sky grew brighter, the sun climbing high. Drones buzzed to life behind us but stayed back, as if instinctively avoiding the training area. Steve shifted the routine small hops, side steps, lunges. Hoopa complained loudly, but did each one. When his legs gave out, he hovered briefly but only to stretch them. He landed again immediately after, unprompted. "He adapts," I said quietly. Steve nodded. "Faster than most humans." He always did. Hoopa stumbled again, then collapsed flat on the grass, arms spread wide. Done, he wheezed. Dead. Bury me. Steve chuckled and walked over, kneeling beside him. You're doing great. For someone who's never walked 10 feet before today, you just ran half a mile. Hoopa grinned. My legs are soup. They'll toughen up. Hoopa looked at me. I want to spar again, he said. Next time. But not just float and shoot. Real movement. Real fight. I stepped forward. You will. He nodded once, then winced. Tomorrow, though. Tomorrow's good. Steve stood and offered him a hand. Hoopa took it, and with effort, stood again. His body shook a little but it held. I watched carefully. I had seen titans fall in my old world. Monsters with power to destroy mountains. But Hoopa, who had barely walked before today, now stood like a warrior in training, panting, trembling, but upright. Perhaps there was strength beyond psychic force and elemental control. Perhaps there was strength in falling. In standing. In learning. Steve turned to me. He's got a long way to go. But he's a fast learner. As are you, I said. He gave a small shrug. You teach. I teach. That's how peace gets built. Peace. The word hovered in my mind like a far-off star, distant, yet not unreachable. Hoopa floated up slowly, legs twitching but face alight. I want to keep going, he said. Tomorrow, I said. He grinned. And for the first time since his summoning, I felt no uncertainty about his place in this world. He was one of us. He was growing. And we were no longer alone. Chapter 22, 1 against 2. Dawn touched the sanctuary with a silver hand, casting long shadows over unfinished terraces and half-formed structures. The wind carried dust from the nearby construction fields where drones hummed in quiet industry, still carving the bones of our new world into the earth. But this morning, my attention was not on the walls or the circuits or the foundations. It was on the field beyond, where challenge awaited. I stood still, arms folded, hovering slightly above the ground at the center of the vast training field Tony had carved into the mountainside. The space was wide and barren, flattened stone, steel-anchored markers, and embedded energy-dampening nodes humming low beneath the surface. Here, in this open expanse beneath the morning sky, I would measure something more meaningful than strength. I would test how far we had come. Across from me, Hoopa floated in his sealed form, already buzzing with anticipation. His rings spun rapidly, eyes gleaming with restrained energy. Beside him, Rayquaza coiled silently, his massive frame undulating in place like a wave waiting to crash. His eyes were narrowed, not hostile, but focused. They were ready. So was I. Steve stood to the side, arms crossed, watching silently. He had insisted on observing this match, saying only, "I want to see what you've built." He didn't mean the sanctuary. I spoke first, my voice calm and measured. This is not for victory. This is for growth. Hoopa grinned. I like winning and growing. Rayquaza said nothing, but his muscles tensed, coils contracting in rhythm with the wind. I closed my eyes. There were still so many powers I did not fully understand. My strength came not only from Mewtwo's body, but from my will, my refusal to falter. But here, now, I would need to rely not on overwhelming force, but on awareness. Reflex. Control. I exhaled slowly. Then opened my eyes. Begin. Rayquaza struck first. Like lightning. His vast body surged forward, maw-wide, fangs glinting. He didn't roar, there was no need for sound when his speed alone broke the silence like thunder. I darted to the side, levitating upward in a spiral motion, and his jaw snapped closed inches from where I had been. Before I could recenter, Hoopa's ring flared behind me. He appeared mid-air, flinging a smaller ring like a discus. I dodged again, letting it warp past me, but he used the momentum to hurl himself forward, fist cocked back. I blocked it with my forearm and countered with a blast of psychic force, not enough to hurt, just to disrupt. Hoopa spun backward through the air, laughing. Too slow. Below, Rayquaza wheeled back, his tail whipping upward like a battering ram. I caught it with a kinetic barrier just in time, but the sheer force sent me skidding backward across the field. My heels dug into the stone, dragging trenches behind me. I landed. Focused. They had improved. Hoopa was using feints now, jumping between rings that shifted unpredictably across the battlefield. He darted in and out, relying on Rayquaza to force me to the ground where his smaller size became an advantage. It was a real strategy. I waited, hovering again, hands glowing with contained power. Rayquaza dived once more. This time I didn't move. I raised one hand. He crashed into a full telekinetic field, his body compressing against it like a tidal wave against a cliff. I grunted from the force it took everything I had to hold it for even a few seconds. Long enough. Hoopa leapt from behind another ring. I grabbed him mid-air with psychic grasp and spun, throwing him into Rayquaza's tail just as the dragon twisted free of the barrier. The impact knocked them both back, tumbling in a knot of laughter and growls. Reset. I called. They did. Rayquaza landed with a slow spiral, hovering just above the ground. Hoopa floated back, a little winded, but excited. Steve called from the sidelines. You're not holding back. Neither should they, I replied. Hoopa raised a hand. Round 2. I nodded. This time, I moved first. I split into 3 illusionary doubles using a projection field, not real clones, just visual decoys. Hoopa immediately launched rings at all 3, but the real me phased above them, charging a light kinetic pulse and aiming it downward in a cone. Rayquaza dodged right, but I anticipated it and followed. My hand pressed to his scales mid-air, sending a pulse that disrupted his movement. He faltered mid-flight, wings stuttering slightly. Hoopa appeared beside me again, swinging a portal wide open. I anticipated a summon but nothing came. Instead, the ring imploded, disorienting me. I staggered mid-air, my concentration broken. Clever. Hoopa struck with a kick to my back, not strong, but direct. I spun, grabbed him, and hurled him downward. He bounced across the stone like a skipping rock. Rayquaza roared now, a low, building growl that vibrated through the canyon. He surged up, and I felt the shift in pressure. I braced. He wrapped around me in a wide circle, looping his body like a serpent preparing to constrict, but I fired a barrier outward in a pulse, breaking his arc before he could tighten. Then Hoopa came again. This time, with both hands glowing. His sealed form lacked raw power, but his control was better now. Tighter blasts, more precision. He aimed at my legs, trying to unbalance me. I reversed gravity under my own feet and twisted upward in a corkscrew motion, flipping behind him. My tail knocked him off balance. Rayquaza rose behind me, but I anticipated that too. I spun mid-air and fired a beam of psychic force directly into the space between us. It didn't hit him, it stalled him. His flight pattern broke again. I floated down, landing softly on the stone. Hoopa fell beside me, panting. Rayquaza followed soon after, silent but clearly winded. I stood between them. Steve approached now, arms folded. I've seen sparring sessions with aliens, gods, and men in suits of armor. That was something else. Hoopa dropped flat on his back. Did we win? No, I said gently. But you fought well. Rayquaza let out a slow breath through his nostrils, his massive head dipping slightly in acknowledgement. "You're getting stronger," I said. Hoopa grinned. "Because we have a place now." I looked around at the stone beneath us, the wind above, and the promise all around. He was right. This sanctuary was not just for rest. It was for becoming. And we had only just begun. Chapter 23, Tandem Resolve. The sun had just breached the rim of the sanctuary's eastern ridge, spilling soft golden light across the evolving terrain. The air was crisp, cool, and filled with the distant hum of drone activity echoing through unfinished corridors. The scent of fresh-cut earth lingered. Tony's crews had made swift progress in only days. But I was not focused on the physical construction today. Today was for building something else. I stood in the center of the training field once again, the smooth stone beneath my feet warm from first light. Rayquaza hovered in the sky, coiling slowly in lazy loops, his long body casting moving shadows across the ground. Hoopa floated to my left in sealed form, his eyes focused, body tense but eager. The sparring match yesterday had revealed something essential. Individually, they had power. But together? That potential was still untapped. Unfocused. Raw. I intended to change that. Steve stood at the edge of the field again, arms crossed, observing in silence. He had said little since the last match just watched, as he often did. But I had seen the way he nodded at Hoopa afterward, the way he clapped Rayquaza's flank like a commander inspecting his most trusted troops. And now it was time for them to become a team. I turned to them both. "Today, we learn cohesion," I said. "You will move as one." Rayquaza let out a deep rumble. Not resistance. Curiosity. Hoopa tilted his head. "Like, dance?" I looked at him. "Yes. A kind of battle dance. Precision. Awareness. Anticipation. You will strike where your partner leads. Defend when the other exposes. There must be no gaps." Hoopa's rings began spinning in circles. "Okay. But Rayquaza's the size of a building. How do I even know where he is?" "Feel him," I said. "Not with your eyes. With your mind." Rayquaza lowered his body to hover just above the ground, head lowering near us. His serpentine gaze met Hoopa's. Hoopa grinned. "Okay. Giant sky noodle. Let's dance." I stepped back. "Begin with movement. No attacks. Just proximity exercises. Mirror each other. Adjust spacing. Maintain flow." Rayquaza slowly lifted again, rising in a tight spiral. Hoopa followed, awkward at first, zipping up too high and then jerking left when Rayquaza dipped right. "Too erratic," I called. "You are reacting late." Hoopa grunted. "He's too fast." "He's not," I said. "You're just watching instead of sensing." Rayquaza's long form twisted in a figure eight through the open air, and this time, Hoopa stayed tighter, copying the curve with more control. Steve called from the side. "Better." I nodded. "Now add evasive maneuvers. One of you dodges, the other mirrors from a separate angle. If one dives, the other flanks. Fluid motion." Rayquaza suddenly banked hard left, swooping in a wide arc. Hoopa tried to follow but overshot and skidded mid-air. "Again," I said. They tried once more. This time, Hoopa curved inward just as Rayquaza dipped out, a complementary motion instead of imitation. I saw it in a flash, the potential. The symmetry. "Yes. Now targets," I said. I lifted several stone spheres into the air with a flick of my hand and scattered them across the field. "You have 10 seconds to eliminate all without touching the same one." Hoopa's eyes lit up. "Got it." Rayquaza let out a thunderous growl and shot upward like a spear, twisting midair before launching a hyper beam at the far left sphere. Hoopa teleported to the right, flinging his ring to collapse another from a distance. They moved fast, almost too fast. At second 4, 2 beams nearly collided midair. I snapped my fingers and froze both with psychic force. Too close, I said. Rayquaza growled again, low and frustrated. Not power. Finesse, I reminded him. Do not override your partner. Respect his vector. They tried again. This time, they divided naturally, Rayquaza moving in wide, sweeping arcs, claiming high targets with precision from afar. Hoopa zipped low and fast, spiraling between the gaps, closing in on tight, scattered targets. At second 10, all spheres were gone. Steve clapped slowly. That's progress. I floated down and faced them both. You see it now, I said. Hoopa grinned, panting slightly. I felt it. Like. I knew where he was gonna go. Rayquaza made no sound, but his eyes narrowed with the satisfaction of understanding. You have the foundation, I said. Next, coordinated strike. I summoned 3 floating constructs, humanoid forms made of solid energy, fast and reactive. These will defend, I said. You will disable them. Together. Same principles apply. Hoopa raised his hand, ready to go. No holding back. I looked at the two of them. No. What followed was chaos refined into rhythm. Rayquaza struck high, drawing 2 constructs upward. Hoopa blinked between rings, emerging behind one and stunning it with a warp pulse. Rayquaza coiled around another, pinning it as Hoopa blasted from below. I watched as their movements began to sync, not perfectly, but purposefully. Rayquaza adjusted angles without cue. Hoopa ducked when he felt a gust from Rayquaza's wing. They were speaking in motion now, in instinct and intuition. When the final construct fell in pieces of shimmering light, I let the silence linger. Then I stepped forward. You're no longer individual weapons, I said. You are a unit. Hoopa dropped midair and landed on his feet, wobbling slightly. Can we be a team? You are already, I said. Rayquaza coiled once, then hovered low and still nodding in his way. Steve walked up beside me. That was impressive. I nodded. And necessary. They're starting to feel like Avengers, Steve said, then looked at me. So do you. I didn't reply immediately. I only looked at the 2 beings before me, so different in form, yet moving toward a single goal. Belonging. They would be ready. When others came, they would not be alone. They would have each other. Chapter 24, Eyes on the Sanctuary. The sun set high above the valley, casting long, unwavering shadows across the fledgling sanctuary. The drone towers buzzed with quiet intent, mapping and shaping stone and earth in synchronized lines. The wind was steady, calm, but not silent. There was a tension to the air that had not existed the day before. Something had changed. I hovered quietly on a balcony ledge sculpted from levitated stone, my perch above the sanctuary's heart. Below, Hoopa and Rayquaza were idle. Hoopa twirled in lazy figure eights through the clouds above the ridge, while Rayquaza coiled his long body on the slope's edge, half dozing in the sun like a god asleep on a mountain. They weren't worried. But I was. Steve had told me early in the morning, long before Hoopa stirred or the drones began carving again. He approached me quietly, stepping through a newly stabilized corridor with his shield slung across his back. Shield is sending a delegation, he said plainly. I didn't speak at first. They say it's just for inspection, he added. Safety, containment, standard diplomatic language. But I don't buy it. Not fully. I had narrowed my eyes at that. You think they fear me? They don't know what to think, Steve admitted. And that makes them dangerous. Tony arrived an hour later in one of his sleeker suits streamlined for comfort, not war. That itself told me he wasn't expecting violence. I'll keep them from touching anything they shouldn't, he said, landing beside us on the overlook. And if anyone tries something stupid, I'll throw them off a cliff. Politely. Hoopa, who had finally floated over from the lower slopes, blinked. What's shield? Busy people who ask too many questions, Tony said. That was this morning. Now, it was noon. And the visitors had arrived. 4 black VTOL crafts descended from the north, hovering like silent vultures before touching down on the upper landing platforms Tony had reluctantly designated for outside diplomacy. From this distance, I counted 10 agents stepping out. The emblems were unmistakable shield insignias on their arms, dull matte armor under grey coats that snapped in the breeze. The lead figure was tall, with a tablet under one arm and a neutral expression that looked carved from habit rather than conviction. Tony and Steve stood beside me as we descended to meet them. Okay, ground rules, Tony muttered as he walked. If they try to scan you, disable the scanner. If they try to sample anything, tell them to leave. If they ask if you're a threat, I will say no, I replied flatly. Tony raised an eyebrow. All right. That's better than what I was expecting. Steve said nothing. His focus was locked on the delegation already walking toward the field's edge. He was reading them, watching posture, steps, glances. Preparing. As always. We reached them just as the lead agent extended his hand. Agent Carter, he said simply. Shield Oversight Division. We're here on behalf of Director Hill to assess the sanctuary's structural, energetic, and geopolitical integrity. Tony didn't take the handshake. Yet, we figured, he said. This is your welcome tour. Try not to touch anything that glows. Carter's gaze shifted to me. Mewtwo, he said. It's unusual to meet someone whose name has no classification. No birth record. No planetary registry. No biological match. Then perhaps you should consider adding one, I said. His eyes flicked, not flinching, but weighing. Steve stepped forward. We're allowing this inspection as a courtesy. This sanctuary is not under SHIELD jurisdiction. If anything happens that compromises its security, then it becomes a problem, Carter finished. Steve nodded once. I said nothing. Carter gestured behind him. We'll begin with atmospheric analysis and power mapping. The agents spread out, some activating small scanner panels, others noting elevation patterns and drone activity paths. I felt no weapons drawn, no aggression, but still something cautious beneath the surface. Tony stayed close to the core, monitoring every shield interaction with a handheld override. One agent tried to plug into a drone relay. Tony deactivated the entire system before the connection finalized. You don't have clearance, he said coldly. The agent backed off. Hoopa floated behind one of the structures, peeking over the edge. Are we being invaded? He whispered to me. No, I said. But we are being measured. Rayquaza circled high overhead. The shield agents noticed. Is that under your control? One asked me. He is my ally, I said. And the others? I paused. You will not meet them today. Agent Carter stopped at the central platform and looked around the open terrain, his face unreadable. This place is unlike anything we've seen, he said finally. Is it a settlement? A stronghold? A monument? It is a sanctuary, I replied. For those who will come. Carter turned to me. You're building something permanent? Yes. He considered that, then gestured around him. You understand the implications of that. What happens when another being arrives who isn't peaceful? What happens when this place becomes a beacon? Steve spoke before I could. That's why we're watching it. Why I'm watching it. Tony added, and if anyone tries anything stupid, I've already built 7 contingency plans. Carter didn't blink. He simply nodded. The visit lasted 3 hours. They scanned, documented, questioned. But no one attempted anything more. By the end of it, Carter returned to me one last time. There will be follow-up. I expect so. He looked up once more at the soaring curve of Rayquaza's silhouette above the sanctuary walls. At the stone foundations already etched with unfamiliar geometry. Then he said, "Be careful, Mewtwo." I held his gaze. I am. The VTOLs departed in silence. Steve watched them vanish over the trees. Tony turned to me and exhaled. Well. That could have gone worse. They'll be back, Steve said. They always are. I said nothing. Instead, I turned to the sanctuary behind us, the land still raw, the future still uncertain. We had not been attacked. But we had been seen. Truly seen. And that meant things would accelerate now. Whether the world was ready or not. Chapter 25, The Unseen Accord. The sun had long dipped below the mountain ridges, and the sanctuary was bathed in violet twilight. The last of the drone lights dimmed one by one, their circuits powering down in sleep mode. Even the wind, so often carrying the sound of building and movement, had fallen still. I hovered alone above the northern overlook, staring at the horizon. From here, the world looked silent. The sky bruised with stars, the stone beneath me calm and firm. But I had learned better than to trust stillness. Behind me, soft footsteps crunched against gravel. I didn't turn. I wondered when you'd come, I said. A familiar voice responded, dry and measured. You're not exactly hard to find. I turned slowly. Nick Fury stepped from the shadows beyond the stone pillar, the long coat around his shoulders whispering with every movement. His one eye studied me the way a sniper scopes a moving target, not with hostility, but with precision. He wasn't here by chance. I lowered to the ground, standing. Shield was here already, I said. Was that not enough? Fury stopped a few paces away, hands clasped behind his back. They don't speak for me, he said. That made me pause. He continued, voice low. What you're building here, it's not something I can ignore. But more importantly, it's not something I want in the wrong hands. I raised an eyebrow. You think I'll give this place away? No, he said. I think others will try to take it. And I think you'll stop them. The question is how. And whether I can help without the politics getting in the way. I stared at him. You're offering an alliance. He tilted his head slightly. Off the record. No shield files. No oversight council breathing down your neck. Just access. Information. Mutual benefit. I looked past him, out toward the sanctuary again. The still unfinished walls. The white flat stone fields where Rayquaza now slumbered. The ring-bearing silhouette of Hoopa curled in his chamber. You fear me, I said. I watch you, Fury replied. I don't waste time being afraid of things that can't be stopped. There was no threat in his voice. Only recognition. Why come alone? I asked. Because this conversation doesn't happen with cameras in the room, he said. He stepped closer. You've got power. A lot of it. But power alone makes you a target. Not a leader. You're trying to build something bigger than yourself, and that means sooner or later, people human or not are going to come knocking. I didn't answer immediately. He waited. Then I said, and if I agree, then I give you access to real-time threat assessments. Diplomatic backchannels. Warning when someone in SHIELD starts asking the wrong questions. And in return, when something comes knocking that you can't handle alone. He let the sentence hang. I won't turn away, I finished. He nodded once. We stood in silence for a few seconds more. Then he reached into his coat and pulled out a small black tablet. No logo. No registration. Just a blinking light at the top. Secure line, he said. Direct to me. I took it with a slow, deliberate motion. Our fingers didn't touch. But the gesture mattered. He turned to leave. Fury, I called softly. He stopped. Why really are you helping me? I asked. He didn't turn back. When the sky opened over New York, he said, we realized we weren't alone. When Sokovia rose, we realized we weren't prepared. And when you arrived. Now he turned. I realized we've already run out of time. With that, he vanished into the night. I stood for a long while, staring at the device in my hand. Not because I didn't understand it, but because I knew exactly what it meant. I was no longer a visitor to this world. I was now part of its shadows. Its protection. Its burden. And if the future was coming fast, I would meet it with open eyes. Chapter 26, Depths and Quakes. The morning air shimmered with a strange pressure like the world itself held its breath. Beneath the sanctuary's highest ridge, a flat, empty clearing stretched toward the east, its stone floor untouched by construction or design. I had left it this way on purpose. A space of silence. A space of arrival. The crystal hovered between my palms, darker than usual. Its surface pulsed dimly with slow, almost reluctant light. It was reacting. Resonating. Drawing from me, and something else, something ancient and opposing. I concentrated. The sensation was different than when I created Rayquaza. This time, the pull felt like trying to shape a storm and an ocean simultaneously, each fighting the other for dominance even before form took shape. I braced myself. Energy poured from the crystal into the air, splitting the wind with a sharp crackle. A deep roar echoed from beneath the stone itself as a massive form began to manifest. Groudon. Molten red scales, jagged spikes, claws that dug into the earth as if it belonged to him and no other. His eyes burned like magma trapped in ancient rock, and as his body solidified, the very ground beneath him trembled. A moment later, a surge of moisture blanketed the air. The temperature dropped drastically, a wind howled across the sanctuary's edge. From the sky above, wrapped in shimmering aquatic glow, another colossal figure took shape. Kyogre. Wider than most buildings, with fins spread like ancient wings of the sea, Kyogre descended slowly, carried on its own current of mist and pressure. Where Groudon exuded molten heat, Kyogre bled calm depth and ancient cold. Both of them landed. And the clearing trembled. I stood between them, smaller by comparison, but not by presence. They didn't roar. They didn't challenge. They simply waited. Calm. Awake. And aware. They knew me. Hoopa's voice called from behind in the distance. Whoa! He zipped through the air and circled once, darting above Kyogre's dorsal fin, eyes wide with wonder. You made two. And they're huge. Like, huge. Are they both from our world too? I nodded. Yes. Friends. Guardians of land and sea. Hoopa floated closer to Groudon, who let out a slow grumble but did not move. Is this one grumpy? Hoopa asked, half whispering. He is, I said. But he listens. And the water one? Quiet, I said. but more thoughtful than he appears. Hoopa grinned. I like them already. Heavy wing beats thundered above. Rayquaza descended, silent as ever. He landed just behind me, his long serpentine form curling slightly in the field's outer ring. He didn't say anything. He didn't have to. I glanced at him. His eyes drifted from Groudon to Kyogre, then slowly returned to me. I could sense it beneath that stoic exterior, an ancient resignation. He knew these two. Not in body, but in essence. In dynamic. Chaos and conflict. Earth and ocean. Constant tension. And now they were here. In his sky. I offered him nothing more than a knowing look. His nostrils flared, barely perceptible. Not rage. Not rebellion. Just acceptance. The guardian of the sky now had company. And responsibility. He coiled slightly tighter, as if preparing for the inevitable chaos to come. Behind me, I sensed Steve's approach before I heard it. His footsteps were slow, measured. But not hesitant. Tony followed soon after, walking with his helmet off, his expression already shifting toward disbelief. Tony stopped a few meters away and stared up at the two new titans now occupying the edge of the sanctuary. Okay. I'm gonna need a bigger tape measure. I turned to face them both. These are Kyogre and Groudon, I said calmly. I summoned them this morning. Steve looked up at the two beings, his eyes scanning details, noting posture, estimating mass, calculating risk. You summoned more of your people, he said quietly. Yes. And they'll listen to you. They already do. Tony raised a brow. And this isn't, like a package deal? You didn't just rip open some dimensional tier and drop these guys into our backyard. No, I said. They are made from me. Like Hoopa. Like Rayquaza. Okay, Tony muttered, already pulling out a tablet and muttering half-formed calculations. Gonna need to reinforce the southern ridges. And I swear if that red one cracks my satellite dish. Tony, Steve interrupted gently. Tony looked up. Steve nodded at me. They're friends, he said. We trust Mewtwo. That quieted the field. Hoopa floated toward the two titans again, examining Kyogre's shimmering surface and then drifting back toward Groudon's jagged shoulders. They don't talk much, huh? He asked. They will. In time, I said. Rayquaza let out a long, low breath, half sigh, half grumble. Hoopa snickered. You're gonna have to babysit both of them, huh? Rayquaza didn't respond. He merely lifted into the sky again with a heavy beat of his wings and began circling the field from above, watching. Always watching. I stepped between the three, Kyogre at the left, Groudon on the right, and Rayquaza soaring overhead. A trinity. And yet not complete. Not yet. But close. I turned to Steve and Tony. This is what I am building, I said. Not a battalion. A family. Guardians. Beings of power bound by purpose. Steve stared for a moment longer, then nodded. You're not just protecting us, he said. You're preparing for something bigger. Yes. Tony sighed and ran a hand through his hair. All right. So long as the sanctuary doesn't sink or explode, I'm in. Thank you, I said quietly. The ground rumbled faintly beneath us as Groudon shifted. The water around the field misted softly as Kyogre's fins stirred. Rayquaza's shadow passed overhead like a silent sentinel. And Hoopa grinned. This is gonna be fun. Chapter 27, Clash of the Titans. The morning light fell gently over the sanctuary's high ridges, casting long shadows that stretched over the flat stone clearing where Titans stood poised. Today was not a day of construction. Not a day of planning. Today was a day of testing. Rayquaza circled high above, his long form cutting smooth lines across the pale sky. His movements were controlled, but his body coiled with latent tension. Below, Kyogre floated on a shimmering platform of condensed water vapor, conjured by the moisture in the air, while Groudon's massive feet left fresh fissures wherever he stepped. They stood opposite one another, earth, sea, and sky silent, focused. Hoopa floated nervously nearby, arms twirling. "You sure this is a good idea?" he asked, looking from one titan to the next. "Like, really sure. They need to learn how to fight together," I said, arms crossed behind my back as I stood near the edge of the clearing. "And against one another." Hoopa gave a long, theatrical sigh. "Okay, but if they break a mountain, I'm not fixing it." I said nothing. Because today, that possibility wasn't far-fetched. Rayquaza let out a low rumble. Not a roar. A signal. And the battle began. Groudon moved first. His claws struck the ground with enough force to crack stone, sending a pulse of tectonic force outward. The shockwave carved a trench through the clearing, heading straight for Kyogre. Kyogre responded by gliding forward, the air around him thickening into a dense mist. With a deep pulse of energy, a beam of water pressure shot out like a cannon, splitting the shockwave in half. Rayquaza dove. He arced down from the sky like a spear of jade lightning, twisting past Kyogre's beam and aiming directly for Groudon. His tail snapped out as he passed, slamming into Groudon's flank with a whip-like crack that sent sparks and dust flying. Groudon roared not in pain, but in exhilaration and swung a molten claw upward. Rayquaza twisted just in time to avoid a direct hit, but the edge of the strike clipped his side, sending him spiraling briefly before he recovered mid-air. Kyogre swept across the battlefield, now flanking Groudon. From his mouth, a chilling sphere of condensed ocean energy formed, growing brighter by the second. Rayquaza's eyes narrowed. He ascended rapidly, disappearing into the clouds above. Then he came back down like a meteor. A sonic boom split the air as his descent created a shockwave. Kyogre fired his energy sphere upward to intercept, and the two forces collided mid-air, exploding in a burst of light and steam that blanketed the field. That was when I heard the sound of approaching boots. I turned. 6 figures emerged from the upper sanctuary path, some walking, others gliding, all drawn by the deafening battle. Bruce Banner was the first to speak, blinking through his glasses as he looked over the clearing still shrouded in mist. "That's not in the shield briefing," he said. Natasha Romanoff stopped beside him, arms folded, eyes scanning the silhouettes. "How big are they?" "Big enough," Clint Barton muttered, already adjusting his stance with mild unease. Wanda tilted her head slightly, her red aura faintly flickering in response to the residual energy from the clash. Vision hovered just behind her, his expression unreadable. "Their power signatures are not of this earth." "No," I said softly. "They're not." The mist parted with a blast of wind as Rayquaza shot upward once more, spiraling above the field. Groudon stomped, cracking more stone, while Kyogre circled to position himself defensively. A deep laugh echoed beside me. "Thor!" He stepped forward with his hammer loosely in hand, watching the spectacle with a wide grin and sparkling eyes. "Well," he said cheerfully, "you've been holding out on us." I offered him a glance. "They are not weapons." "Of course not," Thor said. "They are warriors." The others were less enthused. Bruce adjusted his glasses again, stepping back a pace as the ground trembled. "Are they under control?" "Yes," I said. "They understand why they're here." "They do?" Clint asked dryly. "Because the big red one just cracked a ridge the size of a bus." Rayquaza descended again, aiming this time for both Groudon and Kyogre in a wide arc of force. Groudon met him with a claw, Kyogre with a wave of pressure. The collision sent shockwaves through the air and knocked dust over the observation ledge. Thor chuckled, stepping forward. "You know, I'd like to spar with them." Natasha shot him a look. "You would?" Wanda watched silently. Then, softly, she asked, "They obey you?" I nodded. "Why?" she asked. "Because you created them." I was quiet for a moment, considering. "Because they trust me," I answered. "And because I protect them." Vision turned toward me. "And who protects us, if they turn?" I looked at the field. The clash of titans raged on. Yet despite the force, the destruction was controlled, measured. No attacks struck beyond the clearing. No collateral damage. "They won't," I said firmly. Thor clapped his hand against my back with enough force to jostle my stance. "That's the spirit." "Please don't do that again," I said. Hoopa appeared beside Clint, whispering, "I told him this was a bad idea." Clint stared. "What are you?" Hoopa grinned. "I'm the cute one." Back on the field, Rayquaza hovered above the other two. Groudon had taken a knee, steam hissing from his shoulders. Kyugra's fins were outstretched, but his movement had slowed. The spar was nearing its end. Rayquaza circled once more, then slowed, curling in the air and descending gently back to the center. Kyugra followed. Groudon stood slowly, shaking off dust. They returned to their places without a word. "Are they done?" Bruce asked. "They are," I said. "For now." The ground settled. The wind quieted. And for a moment, even the sky seemed to hold its breath again. Chapter 28, Strength and Structure. The sanctuary was no longer a place of mystery, it had become a domain of discipline. Beneath the rising morning light, the vast expanse of smooth terrain rang with organized motion. For the first time, the Titans and their smaller kin moved in synchronized flows, not as individual forces of nature but as coordinated parts of a larger plan. At the edge of the clearing, Steve Rogers stood atop a stone platform, arms folded, watching closely. "Hoopa," he called, "you're leading the warm-up rounds." Hoopa floated mid-air, doing slow loops with exaggerated grunts. "Warm up for who?" "I don't need to stretch, Steve. I float." Steve raised an eyebrow. "Then you can stretch while floating. Go." Hoopa sighed dramatically but began circling in a wide figure eight, exaggeratedly rotating his arms. Steve looked toward me. "The rest are following his lead better than expected." I nodded, watching from beside him. "They respect hierarchy, even if it's unfamiliar. They know this training isn't about dominance. It's about preparation." "And you think they'll need it?" Steve said, voice level. "I don't know when," I replied. "Or what form the threat will take. But something is coming. I feel it." Down below, Kyugra glided slowly across the misted ground, her weight barely touching the vapor trails she generated. Groudon moved with thunderous steps, his pace deliberately slowed to avoid tearing through the stone paths. Rayquaza circled above them like a silent overseer, his long tail flicking behind him with subconscious control. Each Titan followed instructions, practicing response formations. Their immense power was being funneled into something structured. This was Steve's doing. He had worked tirelessly to build order. Even with beings that dwarfed him in size, he managed to command attention not through dominance, but through presence. Wanda and Vision stood nearby, observing. Banner and Tony watched from a raised command node constructed by repurposed Stark tech, gathering data. Natasha and Clint had taken positions near the periphery, monitoring reaction times and physical patterns. And then Thor landed. With the thunderous crash of Mjolnir meeting Earth, he approached the training circle, eyes shining with mischief. "I've seen the giants train," he said loudly, "but what of the little one?" Hoopa stopped mid-loop. Little. I'll have you know I'm the second strongest being here. Thor grinned. Then prove it. Hoopa blinked. You want to spar with me? I looked toward Hoopa. It's your choice. Hoopa twirled dramatically, a golden ring appearing behind him as he shifted into his full form, tall, powerful, with 6 arms crackling with elemental shimmer. I accept, he declared. But don't cry when I accidentally turn you into a lightning rod. Thor spun Mjolnir slowly by the strap. We'll see whose storm is greater. The others cleared space. I stepped forward and raised a hand. No full destruction. No lethal force. This is a controlled match. Thor nodded. Hoopa cracked his knuckles. The spar began. Hoopa opened by raising 2 of his rings. From one, mist surged icy and pulsing as the ocean. From the other, embers crackled and the ground began to rumble. With a dramatic snap of his fingers, he channeled Kyogre and Groudon's energy simultaneously, forming a massive trident of steam and molten rock. Thor leapt forward, spinning Mjolnir and sending a lightning bolt screaming toward Hoopa's left. Hoopa vanished into a ring mid-flight, reappearing above and firing a condensed beam of water pressure straight down. Thor blocked it with a raised arm, flipping mid-air and launching toward him. As their powers collided, energy crackled across the sanctuary sky. Rayquaza circled slower now, watching carefully. Hoopa's third arm lifted, glowing green with skyfire, the signature of Rayquaza's energy. With one swing, he unleashed a swirling tempest toward Thor. Mjolnir met it with a crash of thunder. The resulting shockwave sent both combatants spinning outward. Dust and vapor curled outward in a massive ring. Natasha raised a hand to shield her face. Wanda instinctively raised a barrier. Steve didn't flinch. He was watching every movement, absorbing it. Hoopa landed, arms folded. Not bad for a space Viking. Thor landed opposite him, grinning. Not bad for a floating trickster. They charged again. Hoopa used his rings to open multiple portals, one casting a wave of flame, the next a surge of wind, the last a bolt of raw energy. Thor darted between them, redirecting some with Mjolnir, letting others pass through harmlessly, letting his Asgardian resilience shine. Hoopa's power was real but unfocused. Each strike was strong, but lacked the discipline Steve had tried to instill. Steve stepped up beside me as the battle drew to its climax. He's not ready for a real fight yet, he said softly. No, I agreed. But he's learning. At the center of the clearing, Hoopa's limbs all glowed with different elemental power. His eyes burned with effort. He launched one final combo, an earth spike from Groudon's might, followed by a hydro surge, ending with a sky roar. Thor raised Mjolnir and brought it down, not to strike but to ground the energy. The resulting pulse knocked both of them backward a few paces. Silence. Hoopa hovered, breathing hard. Okay, that's all I've got. Thor chuckled, brushing dust from his armor. Then you've earned your place among warriors. Hoopa beamed. Wanda whispered to Vision, he's a child. Vision nodded. But growing. Steve turned toward the others. I want Hoopa sparring with Natasha next week, he said. Close combat only. No powers. What? Hoopa squawked. No powers. Steve raised an eyebrow. Time to learn discipline. Tony looked over a monitor. We'll need to recalibrate the field after today. But overall, not bad. I looked at the Titans, then at Hoopa. Then at Thor, who now walked beside Rayquaza with no fear, examining his size with admiration. We were becoming a team. Not yet perfect. But closer. Chapter 29, Eyes from Above. The sky that morning was strangely quiet. No distant whines. No training roars. Even the ever-present hum of Rayquaza's flight was absent from the upper air. That was the first sign. The second was the soft alert that pinged through the command node. Tony had installed a high-priority SHIELD channel requesting access to restricted airspace over the sanctuary. Not asking for permission. Just notifying. Tony had been reviewing Hoopa's energy discharge patterns when the alert came through. His gaze narrowed immediately. "Of course," he muttered. He tapped the screen, expanding the flight path of the incoming Quinjet. A second one appeared behind it. Then a third. 3 of them? Steve asked, stepping up beside him. He was already in full uniform, not armored for war, but ready for politics, a shield on his back and wariness in his eyes. Tony gave a tight nod. Either they want something, or they're here to make sure we don't want anything. A few minutes later, the Quinjet's engines screamed low over the treetops, slowing for a landing just outside the eastern ridge. I stood at the ledge of the sanctuary and watched the first landing gears extend, the black and grey silhouette of the aircraft touching down with a precision that only SHIELD pilots could manage. A moment later, the hatch opened. 3 agents stepped out, followed by a fourth in a longer coat. He was tall, bald, and grim. Nick Fury. Steve descended the ridge to meet them first, his steps measured, neither welcoming nor hostile. Tony and I followed, with Hoopa hovering behind, curiously poking his head around Mewtwo's shoulder like a child watching strangers enter a classroom. Fury didn't waste time. "Captain Stark? Mewtwo?" He nodded to each of us in turn. "Fury," Steve said. "This isn't a scheduled visit." "No, it's not," Fury replied. "But when satellites detect 3 Kaija-sized energy readings and then watch them train, protocol demands an immediate evaluation." I stepped forward. "They are not threats." "That's what you said about the first one," Fury said. And then 2 more showed up. One of whom boiled the surface of a mountain lake. The other turned a cliff into glass. Tony crossed his arms. "That was my cliff." Fury raised a brow. "And my concern." Steve's voice stayed calm, but firmer. "What exactly are you here to do?" "Observe," Fury said. "Document. Ensure these new arrivals aren't going to cause global panic or extinction-level events." I tilted my head slightly. "If I wanted extinction," I said evenly, "there would be no need for conversation." Fury didn't flinch. Tony sighed. "Look. You're here. That's fine. But no samples, no scans without permission, and if even one of your agents so much as whispers about containment, I'll personally drop them in the middle of the Pacific." Fury smiled. "Understood." Behind him, the 3 agents, each outfitted with high-sensitivity scanners and visors, looked uneasy. One was already fiddling with a data pad. Tony's eyes narrowed. "Hey! What did I just say?" The agent froze. Steve stepped forward. "We agreed to let you in. But we didn't agree to let you poke." Fury raised a hand. "Stand down." The agents lowered their scanners. Hoopa floated closer to Tony, whispering, "Are they always this twitchy?" Tony smirked. "Only when they're scared." Hoopa grinned and turned upside down in midair, spinning slowly while watching the agents. "They look scared." Fury ignored the comment. He turned instead to me. "I've seen weapons that move mountains. Beings that turn cities into craters. But these," he looked toward the ridge, where Kyogre lay resting in a misted inlet. Groudon's silhouette was visible further along, his massive form sleeping beneath a canopy of stone. Rayquaza, as always, was in the sky, distant, but watchful. Fury's voice dropped. "What happens when you can't control them?" "I don't control them," I said. "They follow me by choice. And if they stop choosing?" I looked at the land behind me, at the peaceful training ground, the still lake, the faint shimmer of vapor hanging in the air from Kyugra's slumber. They won't. Fury didn't answer. Instead, he motioned to his agents and began walking slowly along the outer perimeter, eyes scanning the infrastructure. Tony and Steve had helped erect the barriers, the reinforced platforms, the emergency resonance dampeners. His gaze moved over everything. Steve walked beside him. Tony trailed behind, openly glaring at any agent who looked too closely at a sensor node. I remained at the ridge, watching them move, listening with my senses extended. They asked questions, standard operational queries. Containment radius. Response time? Do these beings require sustenance? Are there signs of sentience beyond following commands? Steve answered with tact. Tony answered with sarcasm. I let them speak. Because I had already said everything that needed to be said. They had come here expecting monsters. But they were looking at something else. At a sanctuary of power and intent. Of beings building toward something greater. Eventually, the inspection concluded. Fury turned to me before boarding his Quinjet. Whether you see it or not, he said, you're shaping policy now. The world will respond to this. You may not like how. I nodded. Then I will respond in kind. He studied me a moment longer, then stepped into the aircraft. The hatch closed. The engines roared. And the Quinjet rose into the sky, shrinking into the distance with the others following close behind. Tony watched them go. I give it 2 weeks before someone leaks this footage to the world. Steve nodded. Probably less. Hoopa crossed his arms. Should I have summoned more friends to scare them? No, I said quietly. Not yet. Hoopa tilted his head. But maybe soon. I didn't answer. Because I wasn't sure. But I was sure of one thing. We weren't hiding anymore. And the world was beginning to notice. Chapter 30, Testing the Apex. The sky was clear. Not just free of clouds, but unnervingly clean, as though the heavens themselves held their breath for what was to come. The wind barely stirred the upper canopy. Even the smaller Pokémon that had started to gather in the sanctuary stayed silent this morning, their instincts whispering caution. Because today was not a day for training drills. Today was a test. Rayquaza coiled in the sky above, his serpentine body trailing through currents of still air like a ribbon of jade. Below him, Hoopa floated in his full unbound form, 6 arms spinning idly in different directions, each one crackling with latent energy. He hummed to himself, not a nervous sound, but an excited one, his anticipation almost childlike. I stood across from them in the center of the stone clearing. The warmth of the sun on my back. My shadow long, yet still dwarfed by the 2 beings I was about to face. Steve, Tony, Wanda, and Vision observed from a distant ridge. Natasha and Clint watched from a secure bunker embedded in the nearby cliffside. Even Thor stood by in silence, arms folded, his expression uncharacteristically solemn. He knew power when he saw it. They all did. This was not theater. This was real. Rayquaza let out a soft, rumbling hiss, a question, not a challenge. I nodded. Hoopa twirled, golden rings spinning outward, warping the air around them with gravitational pulses. I raised my hand slowly and focused not on aggression, not on destruction, but on balance. I had created them. But that did not mean I was beyond their reach. I closed my eyes and let the quiet take me. This was not simply a spar. This was control versus chaos. Discipline versus instinct. Teacher versus unleashed student. When I opened my eyes again, Rayquaza was already moving. He dove like a meteor, the light of the sun glinting off his scales as he spiraled toward me. In his wake, the wind screamed like a blade unsheathed. I moved only when necessary, vanishing just before his tail split the earth where I had been standing. He twisted instantly, rising, coiling, then whipping around to launch a second strike. This one I met with a psychic barrier, rippling violet energy catching his momentum and redirecting it outward in a wide arc. Hoopa attacked from above, hurling twin spheres of compressed ocean pressure Kyugra's essence. I teleport back, letting the blast slam into the spot where I'd been, sending mist and shards of rock into the air. Before the haze cleared, Hoopa's rings activated. One opened behind me, Rayquaza's skyfire roaring through it. Another beneath me, Groudon's seismic charge detonating upward. I surged outward with telekinetic force, catching the surrounding matter in a swirl and propelling myself to the edge of the field. The earth ruptured behind me, and the air exploded as Rayquaza's fire met it mid-strike. They were fighting seriously. And so would I. I spread my arms, gathering the energy of the field. Psychic energy surged from the surrounding terrain, every rock, every blade of grass, even the atmospheric pressure bent to my will. Rayquaza dove again. I met him midair this time. We collided in a flash of purple and green, claw to fist, power to power. I caught his forward momentum and redirected it, twisting his body sideways and hurling him toward a ridge. He curled mid-flight, absorbing the impact against the rock wall and using it to launch himself back toward me. I had barely landed when Hoopa struck. He came from all directions, rings creating afterimages, each arm launching attacks imbued with the three elemental powers: water, flame, wind. They came in tandem, rotating like an elemental storm. I could not dodge them all. So I absorbed. A blast of Groudon's molten energy struck my shoulder. My barrier cracked but held. I retaliated. My aura expanded outward, an invisible pulse that caught Hoopa mid-rotation and slammed him into the stone floor with a thunderous crack. He grunted, spun, and immediately summoned a gravitational ring to slow his fall. Rayquaza returned. His strike was blindingly fast, aimed not at me, but at the ground beneath my feet. The stone fractured, collapsing, forcing me to float as the terrain crumbled. It was a clever distraction. Hoopa reappeared above, arms extended wide. The rings around him pulsed as one. And from them poured raw mimicry energy signatures from Kyogre, Groudon, and Rayquaza simultaneously. Not perfect copies, but close enough. A combined tri-elemental blast erupted. I crossed my arms in front of me and braced. The energy slammed into my barrier like a tidal wave. Lightning crackled. Steam hissed. The stone behind me vaporized. But I held. Barely. The beam ceased. Silence followed. My body hovered amidst drifting smoke. Hoopa floated nearby, panting, arms drooping. Rayquaza circled above but moved slower now, his attacks cost him dearly. I looked between them. They were strong. Stronger than when they were first created. But not yet my equal. Not yet. I released my restraint. Energy surged from me in an expanding shockwave, harmless, but undeniable. A pulse of presence. Of gravity. The air itself trembled. Rayquaza halted mid-flight. Hoopa flinched and steadied himself. They knew. I had not been fighting at my full strength. I lowered myself to the ground. They followed. Rayquaza coiled beside me, head bowed slightly, not submission, but acknowledgement. Hoopa drifted closer, brushing dust from his arms. Okay. I'll admit it, he muttered. You're still the strongest. I turned to him. And you're learning. Hoopa gave a sheepish smile. You didn't even use your tail. I didn't need to, I said. Behind us, applause echoed across the ridge. Steve was the first to clap, slow, deliberate. Tony joined in, arms crossed, lips pursed in admiration. Well, he said, that was terrifying. You're lucky we built reinforced sensor pods. And a reinforced bunker. And, reinforced everything. Clint's voice came through a nearby COMM, note to self: never, ever make Mewtwo mad. Natasha added dryly, seconded. Wanda, however, said nothing. She watched me carefully, her eyes narrowed not in suspicion, but in something else. Curiosity. Perhaps even recognition. I would need to speak with her soon. Vision stood beside her, thoughtful. Steve approached the clearing as I dismissed the remaining psychic field. Rayquaza hovered above, now at rest. Hoopa yawned and floated toward a nearby ledge. That wasn't a spar, Steve said. That was a demonstration. I nodded. Yes. He raised an eyebrow. And the purpose? To show them their limits, I said. And to remind myself of mine. Steve considered that, then nodded once. Well, you've made your point. He turned back toward the others. Thor gave me a grin as he passed. One day, he said, I'd like to test your limits myself. I gave a quiet hum. One day. As the others returned to their tasks, I stood in the silence once more. The sanctuary was no longer a secret. Its strength was no longer theory. We were becoming something more than a collection of beings. We were becoming a force. But force, without purpose, is chaos. I would not allow that. Not again.